Hello and good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday evening workshops. We have members of the shelter committee here with us. If you can please introduce yourselves and then please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Craig Saddlemeyer. I am co-chair of the shelter committee. Here with me is Chris Bicknell.
I'm Chris Bicknell. I'm executive director of New Beginnings here in Lewiston.
And we are excited to present to you on some of the updates of our committee's work. We will, I guess I'll begin by briefly reminding us of the charter itself. So the order was creating a City Council ad hoc committee on establishing a homeless shelter. The basic parameters of that was to establish the capacity of and services provided by a full-time permanent shelter to be managed and or overseen by the City of Lewiston or its designee. At a minimum, such services shall be available all year round the clock and shall include temporary and transitional beds, showers, food, and an overnight warming shelter during winter conditions. Ultimately, the shelter would provide counseling or referrals for all services necessary to aid the homeless in achieving a stable housed life. There are other sort of sub-duties of that I'll speak to in a little bit. I would like to, I guess, first remind ourselves of a few data points from the previous Shelter Committee's report. So over the course of a year in Lewiston, over 1,000 people are experiencing homelessness in some form, according to the official definition. That report found that beds are full 91% of the year and services denied anywhere from 20% to 70% of the time when folks are seeking entry, and that was due to shelter capacity alone. That did not include denial or someone choosing not to go to a shelter for other reasons. That was just based on limited capacity. You appointed a great committee that I've been really proud to work with. We've been meeting every Monday since our appointment, without naming every person on the committee, though I guess I'll invite members of the committee that are present, if you could raise your hand, just to show who's with us tonight. So we have folks with lived experience of trafficking and homelessness serving on the committee. We have people that are involved in direct services to the homeless. We have people who are professional housing navigators, people who are professionals in recovery counseling. We have committee members with real estate development experience, and we have 2 city councilors serving with us. The conversations have been excellent. The people have been really committed to this work, and we've been getting a lot done. So before I go any further, I guess I'll invite Chris to first define what a low barrier homeless shelter is, which is what we're discussing, what we're working towards, and what we're discussing tonight. And also he'll be addressing a couple of council questions that came up previously. So I'll turn it over to Chris.
Great, thank you, Craig. So I was asked to respond to 3 questions. One was to define a low barrier shelter with rules in place around safety and behavior. And so I'm just going to read my response to that question first. Maine Housing Homeless Solutions Rule defines low barrier as low barrier shelter means an emergency shelter that does not require any of the following for a client to stay at the shelter: criminal background checks, credit checks or income verification, program participation, sobriety, or identification. Low barrier shelters may, however, enforce safety requirements for self, staff, place, and others. So that's the official Maine housing definition. It's also the definition most low barrier shelters use nationally. To understand the necessity of low barrier shelters and the role they play in the continuum of services available to people in Maine's homeless response system, it may be helpful to think of them in this way. Low barrier is one shelter model geared specifically for the hardest to serve, unable to access other shelters, those with serious persistent mental illness, substance use disorders, or both. Lewiston has been struggling to meet the needs of people who fit this description for decades. We all know they are here in our community, and we all know their needs are not being met by the current array of services being offered in Lewiston. Low barrier shelters provide a primary entry point to the healthcare system and recovery community for unsheltered community members, providing ongoing outreach, case management, and connection to recovery programs and services, including primary health care by providing those services on-site or through community partners. A low-barrier shelter that is well-resourced, supported by the city and other community providers, will allow this community's most vulnerable people an opportunity to begin a journey that can lead to stable housing and a life lived in community, not on the margins. So that's low barrier. The second question I was asked to address was, what is identification requirement at a barrier? Why is identification requirement a barrier, or how does lack of ID impact safety? An identification requirement is a barrier simply because the people who are unhoused often have lost their identification and do not have the means or resources to obtain their own. Without the safety and support of a low barrier shelter, they will not be able to get ID on their own and subsequently are permanently excluded from anything that requires ID, including housing. So by requiring ID to enter the shelter, you create a catch-22 for the most vulnerable people in the community, in which they cannot even begin the process of moving off the streets. Getting people into shelter and obtaining ID is the first step in obtaining stable housing. Most people, when asked, will actually tell you their name or the name they go by. Maine Housing, DHS, HUD, and the Office of Child and Family Services here in Maine all agree that this is enough to allow people into shelter and to start a process of moving towards stable housing. Since there's no requirement for identification to enter a low-barrier shelter, when someone refuses to provide a name or other identification, staff first identify people by their apparel or appearance so that they can be referred to consistently by staff without error. This strategy allows the person in question to enter the shelter and build trust with the staff and eventually provide their name and identification if they have it. Many people seeking shelter simply don't have any vital documents, and admittance to an emergency shelter may be the only avenue available to them to get copies of their vital documents. Since the actual goal of all shelters is to move people from an unhoused state into permanent stable housing, obtaining identification is a primary goal of case management because no one can get a market rate or subsidized housing without identification. Lack of identification in the long run means exclusion from services and society. The last question I was asked to answer is, can we require identification after a certain period of time, like 30 days? The shelter could, but that would mean turning people away for no other reason than that they don't have a piece of paper. If they're not a threat of harm to self or others, then why is it a problem to allow them to stay in a shelter until they're able to obtain an ID? A good practice to adopt would be to set a soft deadline for people to obtain an ID. And for those people who are unable to, because of their own challenges, not red tape, would be identified as needing additional support. And that additional support would be to be identified later by the provider. I would not recommend, nor could I endorse a plan that would deny people access to emergency shelter because they initially refused to show an ID, did not have one at the first point of contact, were unable to obtain one for lack of supportive services or bureaucratic challenges, and or people who simply are unwilling or unable to based on their mental illness or other conditions. Would you refuse to treat an accident victim who, because of a brain injury, could not prove their identity? I personally have been grateful for treatment in an ICU by people who did not know me and who could not identify me. I'm alive today because of that care. It is a standard operating procedure worldwide to provide life-saving care, regardless of the willingness or ability of the recipient of that care to identify themselves or to pay for the care. This is the right thing to do, and quite honestly, this is the humane thing to do. Thank you.
And we'll cover a fair bit. We'll invite questions and discussion from council once we're done. To summarize again why we believe this is the correct type of shelter to be pursuing is one, primarily, first and foremost, it's needed in the community to help people who are not getting the service that they need. Secondly, it's best practice, as Chris just described. And then lastly, if we want to maximize the potential for funding opportunities, following the low barrier model will position us for that. The committee work has been broken into programming, working on the RFP and the subsequent proposal review, researching sites for a potential low barrier shelter, working on the budget, the development budget, and the operating budget for the shelter, and working on funding. In terms of the duties listed in the charter, so duty 2, we've developed a preliminary budget that is, it's just a concept, it's just a draft. Once council has selected the partner, that the partner will start to refine that, and it'll be an iterative process, but they will research and constantly be updating that. But we wanted to have a starting point, and that was shared with you previously, and it was issued with the RFP so that anyone considering responding could see the scope of what we were talking about. And for in case folks do not recall, the draft development budget was approximately $1 million. The draft operating budget was approximately $2 million. That is for operating at full 60-bed shelter, operating at full capacity. Down to about 30 beds, our current draft estimates were putting it at about $1.5 million operating costs. We've begun identifying local, state, and federal funding resources. The main ones that we're focused on at the moment are the application to Maine Housing for the Long-Term Solutions to Homelessness Grant. I'll touch on that again when I discuss the timeline. Direct congressional spending request sometime this fall. And then more sort of since the last council meeting, an EPA Community Resilience Grant, which could cover a number of things for the community, but the shelter capital and I believe operating are eligible expenses for that grant. So that's another big one that we are looking into. In terms of potential existing sites, we are looking for something, 6,000 to 7,000 square feet could meet the baseline need, but we're also interested in the potential of serving families in the future. We're starting with unhoused adults 18 and up of any gender, and we'd like the ability to serve families as well, but the facility will need to offer us options if we were to do it on the same site that could appropriately separate spaces, et cetera. Also the potential to offer other services, maybe transitional beds, things like that. That's not what we're working on right now. I'm just naming those as things that have both been named in the charter itself in terms of work that the council has said they'd like to see done, and work that we think if we can sort of get started with the basic emergency service, we'd prefer to have a site that allows for some growth and expansion. We have, so duty 5, advise and support the city of Lewiston in designing a request for proposals. So previously we were presented the request for proposals. That item is on the agenda, so we're not really going to speak to it at this time. That Chris will be presenting on that later during the regular council meeting. But suffice to say, city council issued the RFP at the previous meeting, and tonight you have an action item before you on a proposal. The timeline, so tonight is proposal selection. Here, let me find my timeline. So tonight is council selection. September 30th is when the Long-Term Solutions to Homelessness Grant is due to Maine Housing. We're currently looking at November 1st for the direct congressional spending request, that is having the official request submitted. Potentially beginning development as early as March of next year, and I think the ambitious goal is to begin operations September 1st, 2025. If you will recall, I talked a little bit about this last time. In terms of the order that things happen, you can either try to line up the resources and if we were sitting on $10 million that was just ready to go, then we could maybe take our time and line stuff up more and then invite a shelter developer provider to tell us what's like the best thing you can do with that $10 million that we already have. But that's not the circumstance we're in. We need resources, and the windows to obtain the resources are short, and you need you need to have more work done in order to secure the resources. And so after looking into it, that's why we decided to select the partner sooner, that is the shelter provider sooner, to be working with the city, put specificity on it, be able to have credentials with our application in terms of who's going to operate it, and be able to ensure that instead of have it all be completely concept when we'd apply for these things. We would not be in a strong place to apply for these resources if we couldn't say who was going to do it and when and how, and that they were qualified to do it. So that's why we did a qualifications-based RFP, which is different than a deliverables-based RFP. So we have also, let's see, back to the duties. Item 6, we've been working with the City of Auburn. I've been meeting regularly with Tim Cowan, City Councilor and co-chair of Auburn Shelter Committee. Go Auburn! We're really glad to see that they're making progress on the shelter work. They're working on the resource center at the Mill Street location, where they would be hosting a lot of services. They're not working on an overnight shelter at the moment there, but it'd be a place where people could go and obtain a lot of different services in one place. Also, I think where they're looking to relocate some of the services that were happening at the Unitarian Universalist Church of Auburn as well. We share a committee member, David Bilodeau, who works for Spurwink, serves on our committee. He's also co-chair of that committee. So we've been updating them on our progress and are having conversations about what support we might like to seek from Auburn in developing this shelter, because we know it's something that will be helping both cities, really, no matter where it's located. Let's see. Lastly, you sent some, City Council worked on some revisions to the shelter license ordinance. Our committee reviewed what you were considering. We have developed our own recommendations and responses to what you were considering. That's not on the agenda tonight, so I think our preference is to wait till it is on the agenda to discuss those recommendations to the extent that you want to hear us talk about them more. But generally speaking, a lot of the changes you were looking to make made a lot of sense. So thank you for sending those to us. And we will get to those more hopefully on a near future council meeting agenda. So with that, I think we've covered the major updates. We welcome questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your service to the committee and to our city. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I am beyond impressed with the work that this committee has done on short notice. You were given a charter from the council with 27 balls to juggle all at the same time, and as far as I can tell, you haven't dropped one of them yet. And I'm looking at the progress that you've made, and I am awed at what you've accomplished in such a short period with such a diverse group of people who are dedicated to resolving this problem. So thank you on behalf of the council. I have a couple of questions for you. You touched just briefly on the shelter ordinance. My understanding is that we are going to be passing a second reading of a housekeeping version of that, and that we will be back with substantive review for a second round of ordinance review. Would it be possible for the council to have your committee recommendations well in advance of that?
We've submitted them to staff.
Okay.
So, yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
all right. Process to obtain an ID. We started off with talking about low barrier shelters and the fact that an ID is not required to enter a low barrier shelter. My understanding is that the police department has a process whereby at least temporary IDs can be issued. Can you speak to that briefly?
I work primarily with youth, so that's not a process that we go through. Usually when we're working with someone, it's mostly their first time. So I'd invite law enforcement to address that issue.
Okay, we can talk about that as well. And one final comment, I noticed very astutely that you talked about dealing initially with the unhoused adults 18 and over. And this, we're going to circle back to this when we start talking about the ordinance in substance. That refers to youth as being 22 years and below, or under 22, I'm sorry. And I want to point that out because I am going to be talking about this when we come to the substantive review of the shelter ordinance. I was glad to hear you say 18 is sort of the cutoff.
If you'd like, I can address that now.
Well,
Just
sure.
briefly. So youth shelters in Maine are licensed to work with young people up to the age of 20. Young people between the ages of 18 and 20 can choose whether they go to a youth shelter or an adult shelter, and that's why there's that overlap range, to give young people a choice. If they are comfortable and feel mature enough to do that, then that's their choice. If they are still kind of afraid of adult situations, then it's a choice they can make to be in a smaller, more intimate kind of home-like setting.
Okay, we're going to need to address some state legislation because in the state legislation it defines homeless youth as people who are 21 and younger, which means that up until you reach your 22nd birthday, you're an adult unless you're homeless, and then all of a sudden you're a youth. So that's the issue I'm trying to attack here. Thank you.
Further question? Yes, Councillor Soul.
Thank you for that information that you just gave us. There was a lot more than I understood. The no ID, I have a hard time with that one. And you had a list and you said, you know, these are all things that are going to be offered, but they're not required. What is going to be required? And I'm sorry if that sounds awful.
I understand, and this is a question a lot of people have that don't operate shelters. The folks who this shelter is designed to serve are folks who are camping out, sleeping on doorsteps, in parking garages, who have been marginalized most of their adult lives. The adult homeless population, around 80% of them first experience homelessness as children or adolescents, and so this is a long-term thing. And so many of those people have lost all of their vital documents and struggle with co-occurring disorders. The shelters that currently operate low barrier in this state last year identified what it is that population really struggles with. I've got it here somewhere. And so 83% of people using low barrier shelters in this state report having a mental illness. 57 report substance use disorder, 46.4 report physical disability, 42.2 report chronic health conditions, 21.6 report developmental disabilities, and 40.5 have a history of domestic violence. So people are coming to the shelter with all of that on board and having lost all of their IDs. And so expecting them to show an ID when they arrive is an unrealistic expectation because they just don't have it. And to go into an encampment or into a parking garage and do the work necessary to get a person an ID is an unreasonable expectation because you really have to have a relationship. They're going to share personal information about where they were born, how they got where they are, and you can't really do that on the street. So getting someone into shelter is the opportunity for them to begin to trust another person to share that information with. And many of the people that we're talking about have had traumatic experiences as part of their care and treatment throughout their lives. And so their trust of systems is also challenged. And it just takes a while. And that's why when I made the recommendation of like a soft deadline, because many people will say you have to have a deadline. If you do that, right, and it's not because these people don't want to or can't do it, it's they're unable to do it because of the conditions they're suffering at that moment. And so helping them get to a place where they have the trust and ability to do it is really the humane thing to do.
And do you want to just say a little more? I think Councilor Sula-Claire was asking, like what are examples of things that are required in a low barrier shelter?
Oh,
for
absolutely.
safety?
The things that are required for low barrier shelters to be safe are all around behavior, right? So we know that pretty much every shelter says you can't have alcohol here. Many shelters, like, they don't search people's bags, so what the limit is if you pull your alcohol out and begin to drink. Okay, it's time for you to go. You broke the rule of bringing it in, and now you're using on property. So substance use, active behavior that rises to the level where it may harm self or other. It's really about safety. And creating safety is, again, about relationship. And so knowing the folks who come in to the shelter is of primary importance. And when you're starting up a shelter or doing intakes for shelter, there's an outreach team component, so you know the people before they arrive, mostly. You've done that work in the field. You've said what the resources are, what the boundaries are, and what the limits and expectations are. So when the person comes to your door, it's not all new news.
So there's no programming, no
Please,
program that...
if you can speak into your mic, that'd be
Oh,
great.
what? I'm sorry. So there's no, like, somebody comes in with substance abuse. Are they going to be required to get help for that?
Not initially, no, because if they've been struggling with substance abuse for 20, 30 years, asking for immediate abstinence is an impossibility. That's just not how substance
Okay.
use works, right? You have to be ready for it. And so having a safe place to sleep is the first step in feeling safe enough not to self-medicate, right? And most substance use disorders are either a health issue, you got it genetically, right? And so you need medical treatment and therapy to get over it. Or many times it's initiated by self-care. I don't have medication to help me stop having the feelings or the thoughts that I'm having, so I'm using this substance that's available on the street to treat that for myself so that I feel healthier and more stable. And so finding people the appropriate treatment modalities to get the help that they need rather than the help that they have current access to is really important as well.
Okay, and I just have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I heard you say that they don't have to identify themselves? Like,
Correct.
At all? Because I'm reading in these rules here, and
Yep.
it says that they'll be declined, the access will be declined if they refuse to identify themselves.
Right, so most people, as I said, if you ask them their name, they'll tell you. And that is true in the homeless population as well. Some people fear sharing their name because they don't know if telling you their name because they have a criminal record or because they, just are afraid, they might not share it. But again,
So
if I don't...
which one is correct?
Which one is correct?
Is what you're telling me correct? Because this one tells me that they have to identify
If
themselves.
I can
Which are you
assist,
reading?
you're speaking to the...
What we're going to be voting on tonight, the license.
We're not voting on the license tonight. That will be a future,
It's-
sorry.
There's
You
a
will not be
workshop.
voting on the license tonight. At least not you might be doing on the other fixes, but yeah, council sent a number of considerations. So there's I think council's voting on some grammar stuff right now, basically. And then there's a second round of council considerations, which our committee has weighed in on, which you have not reviewed yet, which speak more to substance such as that. So you are correct that the current ordinance, as it's written, the license ordinance as in effect right now, requires identification. And that is,
Passage, though, so this is going to come back.
Please use your mic.
yep,
Okay.
it is coming back to you. And so you are correct, that is what's in the ordinance currently, and that's one of the things that council flagged for us to review, and that is something that's inconsistent with what's considered best practice and defines a low barrier shelter. So that's something that will be discussed more, I think, when you do that second round of the ordinance revision.
Well, I appreciate all the work that you have done. The city's blessed to have all of the help that everyone is offering. And I don't want to block it or anything. The ID makes me nervous. We live in really dangerous times. It's getting more dangerous, and not knowing who is coming in and out. And now you're talking about having children there. That just seems a bit dangerous.
I can say I've been working in shelters for 30 years, and people come in and don't give their name, but usually within a week or two they feel comfortable enough, and also that outreach component. Like the people who do this work know the people on the streets, and if somebody shows up who nobody knows, everybody knows that, right? And we say, we don't know this person. They haven't been in this community. They're new here. We need to learn about this person. So the team really puts in an effort to understand that person and find out what their needs are, whether they are a risk, right? It's not, nobody's going into this blind. We're really professionals who do this work. And we are as concerned about our own safety when we're in the shelters and on the street as anybody is about the safety of the community, believe me.
And I do just want to clarify, we're not talking about placing children in this shelter. That's not what's on the table. We're talking about a shelter for people who are 18 or older at this time. In terms of what the site might be able to do, and I'm not the homeless services expert. Perhaps, Chris, I don't know if you're prepared to talk about, what needs to be done to accommodate families versus, do you want to speak to that right now, or would you like to wait until?
I can, but it would probably be better in a different spot, but
We
I
don't
can
have to
do it
go
now.
over that now. When that time comes, I just,
So I
these are
just-
just some of my thoughts and worries that it just seems like it could be a little irresponsible at times. I don't know. It's just,
I mean, the reality is this is the way low barrier shelters operate, and this shelter in this community needs the resources that low barrier shelters have. And so by requiring an ID, we would be limiting the financial resources available to operate this shelter.
I agree, there needs to be a shelter. I
But
just
I'm not
see-
sure there's enough funding available to operate a shelter of this scope and scale without using low barrier funding. That's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And for the public's benefit, yes, we are going to be voting on the housekeeping procedures this evening, but as Mr. Sattermeyer mentioned, we will be coming up with more substantial changes that are going to be on a future agenda. Yes, Councilor Najin.
So first and foremost, I want to thank everybody who served on this committee for the hard work that they put in. I know that everyone who is involved in answering the needs for those who are homeless and those without agency in our community. Your input and guidance is greatly appreciated. One piece I would simply say, I am not concerned with the best practices of the low barrier shelter model. I can tell you right now that there is a no barrier shelter model that exists currently. No barrier to abuse, no barrier to exposure to the elements, no barrier to loss of privacy, to dignity, to agency. I think being exposed to these situations can be shocking and quite frankly, disturbing to the general public. I think that there can be an element of danger when there's a person in crisis without any type of intervention happening that poses a threat to that person as well as others. I do know we need a shelter. The couple of points that I would just like to bring up, the idea of the permanency of a shelter. It's not the Coliseum, right? Hopefully, eventually, we'll get to a point where we don't need to house people in an emergency situation because we're actually meeting people's needs and they're actually being housed appropriately. And I think that there's a piece there where the existence of this shelter needs to be scalable to both the need and the funding. So there's a piece that's really true that it comes down to, we have people in our community who can't pay a $2,500 property tax. So it's going to be challenging to say, we can continue this model forever if we don't have the funding lined up. If it comes from the taxpayers, it's going to be a very hard sell. And in that, I would also suggest speaking to the costs that the taxpayer bears for allowing the unhomed situation as it exists now. A trip to St. Mary's in the wintertime when you don't have main care is not free. That there's a cost to that. There's our police services. All of these pieces, the lack of economic activity in certain sections of the city directly related to the presence of unhomed folks who have no other place to be. So there's certainly an argument to be made to the people who have no compassion for people who are unhomed to say this is a better move financially as well. And speaking to those points, I think might win over some of the people who are against this model. But again, thank you all for your hard work. I think there's a lot that we still need to work out, but I do absolutely think that we're moving in the right direction. And if we can keep this timeline, then maybe we can save some lives this winter and next.
We're coming up on time for this workshop. Do either of you have anything to add?
No, thank you very much for appointing us and for all of your questions.
And then councilors, yes, Councilor Roy.
I just want to say thank you to everybody on this committee. You're all amazing to work with, and you're very, very knowledgeable in this line of work, and I really appreciate working alongside all of you. So thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
We will now be hearing an update from our police department. Please introduce yourself, Chief, and then continue.
Good
And
afternoon.
we have a full 30 minutes for this, so don't worry.
Okay, fantastic. Good afternoon. Obviously, I'm Chief Dave St. Pierre from the Lewiston Police Department. Welcome. Thank you for having me here to speak. I do have a slide presentation, a PowerPoint, that I have a bunch of data that I'd like to share with you folks. I've put one on each one of your desks, so for your review, so it'll be a little easier so you don't have to break your neck and turn around. Hopefully, I answer a lot of the questions that you have. As you're well aware, I just put out a joint statement from the police and the school department on the day before the school started. I felt that was important, and the reason why we're here, obviously, is a recent uptick in shooting incidents that we're experiencing here in Lewiston. Further, many of you have seen my press conference that I conducted on Thursday. If you haven't seen it, I urge you to watch it. It's on most of the major channels. You can just click on and watch it, and I think that's pretty informative. So I'm going to touch on a few of those things as well, and then hopefully we'll have some time that I can answer some questions, and you're always welcome to call me at any time. I'm willing to answer whatever I can for you and help you understand what's going on. So the first slide I'd like to share is our recent shootings that we've been experiencing. Back in 2022, at the start of 22, we really started tracking them quite accurately to track what's going on. And when I say confirmed shootings, I don't necessarily
Mind
mean-
moving the mic just a little closer to you?
I'm sorry. When I say confirmed shooting incidents, I don't necessarily mean that somebody actually got shot or somebody actually got killed. These are incidents that we can prove that it actually happened. It wasn't fireworks, it wasn't a backfiring vehicle. We either found shell casings, we found a car or some property struck, or there was a victim involved. So if you look at 2022, we experienced, glasses here, 42 shots fired incidents compared to 2023 where we had 45. And then this year to date, we've experienced 25. These also exclude self-inflicted gunshot wounds, like a suicide, or somebody cleaning their gun and it went off by accident. Next slide is calls for service, and I think this is kind of important to touch on this. And these numbers go back all the way to 2010, and I have the number also until 2024, where we're at currently. You can see that there's rather sharp rise. Back in 2010, for instance, we had 38,529 calls. Last year, in 2023, we had 52,689 calls for service. And right now, we're at currently 32,836. So we're expected that we're going to, if this continues the same exact way it is now, we'll be over 50,000 as well this year. So you can see that we're doing a lot more with really less because we're still trying to fill some of our ranks. Oops. The next one is just shows calls for service like on a weekly basis. If you look at the bottom line, and I only went back for ease of showing you this from January 1st until present. And it just really illustrates an increase from really the winter months to the summer months. So it illustrates, you know, like on July 1st through the 7th, we had 1,185 calls, and then third week or second and third week, we had 1,139, which is rather significant compared to 745, for instance, back in January. Next, I have Part 1 crimes, all the way back to 2010 as well, so you have those numbers. Just to explain what Part 1 crimes is, because a lot of people, including even myself, sometimes I become a little confused. Part 1 crimes fall into two categories: violent crimes and property crimes. Violent crimes are murder, rape, aggravated assault, robbery, and human trafficking. Property crimes are burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson. Back in 2012, you can see we had the height of our Part 1 crimes, and that's pretty much when we started doing some of the details known as hotspot details that people have referred to. Next, I've graphed out how many homicides we've had since 2017. So by comparison, you can see that we had in 17, 0. In 2018, we had 2. 2019, we had 0. 2020, we had 2. 2021, 0. 2022, 3. And then the unfortunate event of 2023, as we all know, October 25th, rose those numbers quite considerably to 23. So it would have been 3 absent the mass tragedy. And in 2024, so far, we've had 1 confirmed homicide, and that is the one that happened in Hillview area on Rideout. The next slide talks about crime rates. People ask, is Lewiston a safe place to be? And I believe it is. If you look at our crime rates from 2010 to 2024, you can see kind of a sharp decline from 2011 and 2012, where they were up to 40.75. And now the last full year that we can compare was 2023, where we're at 21.53. So that's quite a sharp decrease. We're a busy police department, and as you can see here, we know we can't arrest our way out of situations, but we do handle quite a few physical arrests and criminal summonses. So these maps on these graphs, I should say, represent 3 different years, 2022, 2023, and 2024, just to show you a comparison. It actually has custodial arrests, that's AR, which means we actually took somebody into physical custody and brought them to jail. The other set of graphs on the other side are summonses. They're the same criminal offense, yet we just gave them a summons to appear in court rather than the physical arrest. And that's for a number of reasons. Perhaps the jail might be full. It's a minor misdemeanor that didn't necessitate them being brought to jail right away to end that behavior. According to the FBI's Unified Crime Data Report, violent crime offenders ages 10 to 19 increased between 2012 and 2022 by about 93%. We are seeing the same trends here in Lewiston. So that's obviously concerning to us. Many have questions in regards to Long Creek and why, if we arrest a juvenile, we can't necessarily take them there. This is going to provide you a little insight to that. Long Creek does not make the determination if a juvenile is to be held. That's determined by a juvenile community corrections officer or JCCO. When we arrest somebody, we call a JCCO and ask for their permission to take them to Long Creek. For a juvenile to be held, they must meet certain criteria as per this statute, Title 15, Section 3203-A, dealing with release, detention, notification. And this is a state of Maine statute that JCCO follows when making that determination. The decision is based on several factors, which include the seriousness of the crime, safety of parties involved, cooperation with the juvenile and the parent or guardian, previous FTAs, which are failure to appear, so how often the person has perhaps missed court dates in the past, an agreement to conditional release, and their prior record. If a juvenile is detained by a JCCO, state law requires a hearing within 48 hours in front of a judge to determine whether they are held further or released. There are other options, obviously, if Long Creek cannot or refuses to accept some young arrestees. If the JCCO refuses to place a hold on the juvenile, the officer can notify the attorney for the state or the district attorney, who, after speaking with the officer and the JCCO, they can actually override the JCCO in order the juvenile to be held. So that's important to note, that sometimes we really recommend that the juvenile is held based on the crime they committed. The JCCO says, I don't think it falls into the category where we'd hold them, but they can converse back and forth with the district attorney who can override it. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. If a hold is not authorized, juveniles at times will be placed on conditions of release, conditional release, which can also include house arrest and the placement of other non-secure facilities, where sometimes to include other family members if the parent or guardian residence is not acceptable. That happens quite often. The mother or the father might say, you know, I don't want him in my house anymore. He's not following my rules, and we'll have him placed with an aunt or something that is a responsible adult. So Long Creek can only refuse to accept juveniles for medical reasons, which would then require the officer to have the juvenile cleared at a hospital prior to Long Creek taking custody. That's a pretty time-consuming thing, so we have to make sure that they're cleared medically before we transport them. There's really no provisions for the parents to be held accountable in most cases in terms of a crime, except for a child abandonment and/or child endangerment issues. A lot of people will say, well, if the child committed a crime, can the parent be held responsible? Not necessarily, and almost usually not. Unless they knew of like a master plan, and you've seen that in other states where a parent knew that a child was planning to commit a crime at a school facility, for example, where people could have been placed in harm or in being injured, but we'd have to be able to prove that. It's pretty difficult. When the police deal with juveniles involved in crimes, most often DHHS, Child Protective Services, is also notified and works in conjunction with law enforcement to assist the juvenile and the family with service to help them be successful. Well, almost any time that we deal with a juvenile in this community, and there's a likelihood of charges, or even the child was involved, we always make referrals to DHHS. Back on Thursday at the press conference, the district attorney also talked about, you know, how many people they have working in you know, their staff shortages and how many cases they have. All of these numbers here are for your knowledge, so that you know exactly how many cases and why they're not always able to lock people up, keep them in jail. They have a really significant backlog in their cases. And for the members of the news that are here, I also have a couple spare ones of these that I'll provide you if you're interested. Just trying to move along pretty quick so I can answer some questions after if you'd like. So another problem is the jail population. The jail is overcrowded. We commonly get notified by the Androscoggin jail staff that, you know, please use due diligence, you know, before you bring somebody over here. We often have to call over and get clearance to take somebody over there. Obviously, they're not going to turn away a violent crime, or a violent criminal, I should say. But sometimes they'll turn away a simple criminal trespass or misdemeanor crime because they just can't, they don't have the means to take them in. So the jail has a capacity of 160 inmates. More often than not, the jail is overpopulated, as I've stated. We've seen as much as 40 over the limit, not including some of their inmates that are actually being boarded in other counties. Twin Bridges has a bunch of the people from here, as well as other facilities. In respect to their challenges, we, as do other law enforcement entities in Androscoggin County, are often encouraged to work with the jail when exercising discretion, as I mentioned. Recent community meetings, we're asking what are we doing as the police department to combat this, and what are we doing to better communicate with the community? These are just a couple examples of it. In just in a short time following the homicide that we had on 7/18, we've met with many different groups for community dialogues and discussions, and we're going to continue to do that. We have another one tomorrow evening at Connors Elementary at 5:30, should anybody want to go do it. We want to be part of the process of fixing this if we can, safeguarding the community and getting people to also chime in on that and help us out. again, we talked about hotspot a little bit. That was created in 2012 as a crime prevention and community policing response to the then string of drug-related shootings that took place within a short period of time. The premise behind hotspot strategies was to, and I have underlined, periodically target specific high crime areas and neighborhoods with an increased law enforcement presence. And that's what we did. It was periodic. It wasn't an everyday thing. So it was, you know, are the police coming out tonight? Are they not? We also, I mean, we did collaborate with local, state, and federal agencies. Project Hotspot was also called for the aggressive prosecution of violators, which, as we just saw, sometimes that's not possible to prosecute everybody we get. So there's kind of a shift in where we've gone with that. Back in March of 22, we initiated, March of 23, we initiated, what was the name of it? Neighborhoods First Initiative, I'm sorry. In doing so, replacing Hotspot, we kind of made a crew team, which is the Lewiston Police Crime Reduction Unit. So currently, the Lewiston Police Crime Reduction has 3 officers assigned to that unit. These officers perform daily proactive enforcement of laws dealing with the overall quality of life issues ranging from disorderly properties, city ordinance violations, loitering, traffic laws, as well as responding to many violent crimes that have a direct impact on the community relative to the crimes being committed. Crew has been known to go out 149 College Street. We've heard of that. We've had some serious problems there. We've done 4 search warrants there. Crew was a major part of doing each and every one of those. So in addition to doing the quality of life issues and enforcing those, they have a presence out there every day, not just periodically like the Hotspot did. As an example, a total of 42 officers from the Lewiston PD, Maine Corrections, Probation, ATF, DEA, MDA, U.S. Marshals Service, and the Maine Fire Marshal's Office, along with 3 canines, participated in a 2015 Hotspot detail. In total, in that periodic event, 56 community contacts and 29 field interviews were done. A total of 65 probation, 28 bail, and 32 sex offender checks were also done. 9 individuals were arrested on various charges, 6 warrants, and 3 proactive arrests. Now, conversely, if you look at Crew, which is out there every day, they've handled 409 calls for service, had 53 ARs, and that AR, again, means an arrest. Have done 12 proactive details, conducted 70 traffic stops. In just 2024 to date, they've had over 300 arrests or summonses and over 100 proactive details, and 9 firearms were seized. So you can see that I believe that this crew is probably more effective than the Hotspot was, though Hotspot certainly did have some effective qualities to it. Recently, just last week, prior to the press conference, we met with Senator Peggy Rotundo, Kristen Cloutier, Margaret Craven, Mana Abdi, and Michael DeJoy, who also pledged to continue working with law enforcement, local leaders, and stakeholders in an effort to reduce violence, improve safety, and ensure everyone feels protected in our community. One of our major tasks, I believe, is fixing our judicial system, and that's what I stated during that meeting, in addition to a couple other ideas that we've presented, and we're going to maintain that open dialogue with them. So talking about federal law enforcement partners, many will ask me or ask our staff, you know, are you working with other federal agencies, and why can't you draw some of those agencies in? Well, the fact is that we do, and we are actually blessed to have a lot of resources here in Lewiston, kind of similar to Portland, but way more than any other community in the state of Maine. So the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, Drug Enforcement Agency, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, or ATF, each have Lewiston police officers assigned to those federal agencies. Unique to this department is that all of these federal agencies have a satellite office here in Lewiston, which is essential in concentrating efforts in combating violence to this area. We've recently just announced an addition to the Homeland Security investigations. We've added another federal partner, Homeland Security's HSI. This also provides an area with more federal resources, funds, and strategies in combating the recent violence. This has been a lengthy process, but a Lewiston officer is officially starting with that agency on September 4th. I'm also in the process of working with the United States Marshal Service and receiving federal gang initiative funding for Lewiston. This would be vital in addressing youth violence, including gang violence. This program encourages close collaboration among community-based organizations, service providers, and law enforcement to reduce violence. We're also in the process of exploring a new camera system that will be strategically installed at various locations. Currently, we have multiple cameras here in Lewiston, which are very beneficial to us in solving a lot of crimes. When we don't have the cooperation of the public, we tend to rely on the cameras, and sometimes it provides us the footage, I guess, that we want, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the footage is clear, and sometimes it's not. But I don't want to get too much into how many cameras we're looking at or what the capabilities of those, but they go beyond just the mere photograph or a video image. Also, we've been speaking with other landlords in the area who have provided us with camera access, so that's been very helpful and appreciated. Finally, many of you heard on Thursday that I'd be requesting some overtime, some increased overtime for the addition of more foot patrols in high crime areas. Currently, we have, throughout the summer, we were funded in our, let me just pull this out here. So last year, we budgeted for 54 details, though that's to include 2 officers, 7 hours each time, 3 times a week on rotating days, typically Wednesday through Saturday, skipping one day randomly. We were funded for $49,250. We did alter that a little bit because I wanted more bang for my buck, and I wanted that foot patrol to be out there more often than 3 times a week. So we've reduced them down to 5-hour, 2 officer details for their safety. Obviously, I like to have 2 officers at the same time for 40 hours a week. Gives us more coverage days, and we also save some money from the budget to include some next spring. Because of the fiscal year, we wanted to make sure we had some, because we really need some in May and June, just as much as we need it starting July 1st. $660 is the average cost of a 2-hour, a 2-officer 5-hour detail, so $660. So my ask would be for an additional $30,000, which would give us approximately 45 extra 5-hour details to spread out at various times in the next 3 months. That would complement the already existing foot patrol of 2, making it another team of 2. I want to stagger those times. I want to include some in the middle of the day on a Saturday and Sunday. I want to make some later in the evening or even earlier in the evening, kind of by surprise. What we do with those foot beats now is they typically hang out in the higher crime areas or any areas that we have problems or we've been experiencing shooting incidents, for instance. That might be the Knox Street, Maple Street, Blake Street area, and as well as the business district, because obviously I want to make people that patronize the city of Lewiston feel safer. They conduct a number of foot patrols, community contacts where they're actually going and talking to business owners and such, and actually even playing basketball with children in a court or whatnot. And we're a little bit more mobile, so we're taking it to a little bit more of make a different twist to it, if you will, where we might walk for a half hour down on Lower Lisbon Street and then hop in a car and even head over to Rideout Avenue in the Hillview area where that experienced that recent homicide, so as to make them feel safer as well. That's all I have. I hope I provided a little bit of insight, and you're welcome to ask questions, and I hope I can answer them.
Chief, thank you so much for everything you're doing, and we appreciate your department as well. One quick question I had. So during the press conference, you mentioned that there'd be monthly meetings with community organizations. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, as I stated, we've gone to several meetings recently, and we intend to continue those meetings. Generally, we have a community resource team, or a CROW team, that goes to all of these things. They have coffee with a cop. They meet with people and listen to their concerns. And by these meetings, we learn an awful lot, like what's going on with the community. They'll tell us. Strategies, we talk about strategies of how we can better get people to cooperate with investigations, how we can foster a better trust with the community and with the children. It's no surprise here, and I'll tell you that a lot of these shootings involve young adults, very young adults, sometimes as young as 14 years of age, all the way up to 22, 23 and beyond. But the general, what we're seeing generally of who's responsible for these shootings fall between that range.
Thank you. Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. Chief, you have a tough job. There's no doubt about it. I do want to ask you, though, if the council approves the request for additional overtime, do you have the personnel resources? A tired cop is not going to be an effective cop.
Yeah.
Do you have the personnel that can take advantage of the overtime that I hope the council will authorize?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm not quite sure. I think probably 80% of them will get filled, though we do run into times when somebody just doesn't want the overtime, and I don't think it's fair really to mandatory somebody for a foot patrol. It's one thing to mandatory minimal coverage on the streets, because we need to make sure that the community is safe as a whole. This is additional resources that I'm asking for, and quite frankly, if I can't fill it, I'm not going to force somebody to do it. But I think 80% of the time would be my best guess that we'll have it filled, maybe even more.
Okay, thank you. I made a note here that says apprehension is too late. By the time you apprehend someone in the act of committing a crime, it's too late. You have done your job, but I think in listening to the district attorney talking about the constraints and the limitation of resources, in looking at the fact that the county jail is overpopulated, our justice system is broken. It seems to me that we can throw a lot of money at law enforcement, at the judicial system, at the corrections system, but we're missing the point if we're not going back before and working on the front end of this. If we're apprehending somebody, it's already too late. So I encourage you in your community outreach programs, and anybody here on the council within the community, to get involved in these outreach programs to help understand what the cause of these problems are. They're deep, they're complex, but they're not going to be solved by grabbing somebody and putting them in jail or throwing them into the judicial system. We need to solve the problem by understanding the root causes initially, and that's where the bang is going to come.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I can tell you that that's first and foremost on my agenda as well. Quite some time ago, when I came on as the chief, I obviously talked about consequences for one's action. I know the judicial system's broken. I'd love to be able to fix it, and I'm working on trying to come up with some ideas to fix it. I don't know if I will. And that's part and parcel of bringing in the legislative delegation to try to help me out with this. In terms of proactive patrols and community policing that you're referring to, our department has always been very strong in community policing. Our people go out there and are commonly seen walking around, talking to people, getting that vital information and building those levels of trust with the community. It takes some time, and some people just really will never trust the police, and sometimes that's from their upbringing, what they're told to distrust the police. Maybe a bad arrest that they witnessed as a child. They were arrested, saw a parent get arrested, and they just have a bad taste in their mouth, and it's up to us to bring that back and build that trust. So I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Thank you.
Councilor Gallant?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Chief. Great job you guys are doing. I want to propose this to the council. I think the $30,000 is great, but we cut him a police officer. We need to get him another officer if we want to take care of that time. And I got to believe somewhere in the budget they can find the money to fund another police officer so we can have the coverage for our city people that they require and they need. So I think we need to consider that as we're looking forward in this particular situation. And I believe it's super important if we want to protect our citizens. Second, I'm going to throw you a curveball. Speed bumps, traffic. Can we buy some units that have cameras on them, so when they speed by, you guys take a picture of it, and can we prosecute them?
Yeah.
I see that in other jurisdictions and areas. You know, to me, it's like a starting point. They see that thing, go, how fast can I go?
Right. So unfortunately, that does not hold up in court at this point in time in the state of Maine. Again, that might be a question for or a push from us to the delegation to perhaps change that. We do have some capabilities like license plate readers and such that certainly help us solve crimes, and we're looking at those things. In terms of actually taking a picture of a car, you still have to be able to provide who was driving that car. And, you know, the camera doesn't always capture the person's image properly to do so. So, you know, speed bumps, a huge problem is speed here in our city. I get regular complaints almost every day, or at least a couple a week.
Me too.
Yes, I'm sure. And I hear all those complaints, and we certainly work on them. We have a member of our police department that works on them, along with the Public Works Department, the Maine Department of Transportation. They're a big one as to, can this even be done and put in place? I see it in other cities. I don't see why we can't do it ourselves.
All right, thank you, and I'll get a hold of legislators.
Councilor Gallant just mentioned adding a police position. Do you have all the positions that have been allotted to you? Are there still some unfilled positions?
Yes, unfortunately, we're not up to full staff.
Okay.
As you're all aware, we've brought our full complement up to 86. I just learned today I lost another officer who was at the academy and has resigned. So unfortunately, we're down to 79 now. We just had 3 retirements, which also took a hit to us as far as our staffing. So we're okay, and we're still down, and I'd like to see the addition of several officers. As you know, I asked for 3 additional officers on top of the 85 full complement, and we were granted 1 for the time being, and you unfroze 2 positions. For that, I'm grateful, and we're looking at applications every day and calling people and interviewing people.
Thank you. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation and all this data. To go back to Councilor Chittum's final point about the outreach to the community, I was really glad to see that in here, that you're going to be meeting with the community, with community organizations going forward, because I think that really that's going to be key to solving some of these issues. I don't think we can arrest or jail our way out of this. I think it's going to take talking with the community, building that trust, building those relationships, and hopefully that'll get us to a better place. So, thank you again.
Councilor Najin.
Thank you very much. Chief, I certainly don't envy your position, and I thank you for all the hard work that you and your department has been doing in order to keep our communities safe. I do have a few things I'd just like to go over real quick. One thing, when we were looking at the Part 1 crime stats that went back to 2010, I'm wondering, could we get the number of confirmed shootings since 2010 broken down like by year, just like we did for the crime stats?
It's pretty difficult if you're talking shooting incidents. If you're talking, if somebody was actually struck by a bullet, it perhaps would be a little bit easier. And the reason being is sometimes they're called in as suspicious conditions. Sometimes they're called in as a gunshot. It's very difficult to get those numbers going way back, and we recognized that back in 2022, and we said we got to be better stewards of keeping these records.
So that they haven't been being tracked for?
Well, they are,
not
but
that,
as
just
far
not that
as
way? Okay.
extracting that information and data from our current system, it's a little bit difficult and time-consuming. Sometimes it's based on a word search of shootings, shot, victim, and then you got to do a lot of hand searching. So is it possible? Yes.
Well, I don't want to overburden the department either. I was just hoping that we had that available to kind of look at, because you're right, that as far as Category 1 crimes are concerned, we do know that they've been dropping. I do know that in 2010 we had a lot of stabbings. Like, that was very popular. 2010, 2011, 2012. I think there was a fight on Howe Street where 30 people were stabbed, like literally, in one incident. I guess a couple of the points that I'm thinking about is one, what do you need from us other than the overtime approval? Are there ordinances that we could work on? Are there pieces that we could work on in order to get more collaboration with departments? One of the things that stood out when I was driving into the council meeting today, I took Oak Street, and I was like, why is everybody walking in the middle of the road? And they were, because the sidewalk was completely overgrown. I'm talking like 6 foot tall, like bushes, and that they were growing from like empty lots into the sidewalk, right? And so it's kind of like that, the broken windows theory, right? Like it starts with a broken window. Basically, spaces that are unkempt, uncared for, tend to create an aversion for some and a good hiding place for others. And so, you know, I think that we're looking at two different issues here. One is the criminal activity that's related to drug and human trafficking that happens in our city, and the other is youth violence. And that youth violence, the underpinning there is that they're getting those guns from somewhere. And I realize it's not a felony for youth to have a firearm, but it is a felony to give a youth a firearm. And so, like, there's a question as far, like, there's the behaviors we need to address 100%, and I think your proposal outlines some really common sense strategies in order to start to address some of those issues. But the other part is, how do we keep those guns from even hitting the hands of these kids?
Yeah, that's difficult, and I can tell you that the way they're coming into their hands is there's many really reasons why it happens. A car break-in or something where somebody, or didn't even lock their doors, and they have a car in there. So a lot of the guns are stolen. I've been recently hearing that some parents are actually purchasing firearms for their kids. That's super concerning to us. It's only a matter of time before we're, as the police department, confronted with a very difficult decision. You have youth that are carrying guns. Case in point, following the last homicide we had on Ride Out at the Hillview area, we brought up patrols, increased patrols greatly, and in the middle of the night at 2 o'clock in the morning, we shook down a couple people that were out late at night. We ended up getting 3 guns off of them, just because they were out there smoking marijuana, you know, and 2 of those 3 were underage children. And when I say underage, they were 17 or younger, not supposed to be in possession of a firearm whatsoever.
100%. And that leads me to my next point as well. The outline concerning working with the schools, excellent, love it. Working with the community stakeholder groups, great as well. I was present at a Crow meeting at Blake Street Towers. And, you know, that type of presence at Hillview would probably be very helpful, because you build relationships with the folks that live within the community. In that space, there's the part that we're missing, which is the housing provider. 2 months ago, when we had the individual who was, the youth who was killed at Rideout Lane, there were 4 shootings at low-income housing communities in our community that weekend. And so I know that LHA has hired security. I don't know if there is communication between the police department and that security company. I don't know if that happens with Harbor Village either, but I know that Harbor Village has their own security company, and I think that, especially when we're talking about youth, right? They're going to be at one of 3 places: out in the public, at school, or at home. And so, you know, I think that having an approach that maybe targets that piece as well might be helpful. And I understand that it's difficult to share certain information about youth, but, you know, it's just a piece that I kind of wanted to throw out there. And the one thing I would ask about the Homeland Security agent that we fired. So I look at, we had a youth that from Lewiston that was killed in Poland, right? 16 years old, most probably had something to do with drug activity. We've had individuals that have been known to engage in prostitution that have turned up dead in other communities. And so I guess the question is, you know, with human trafficking, and there's a level there in which we don't, you know, prosecute or go after folks who are engaged in prostitution, but there's a criminal element that basically is acts as you know, they prey on these people. And so the question is, are we actively going to go after some of these folks? Because I believe all of these types of crimes add to the overall sense of insecurity in the community.
Right,
So-
well, I can answer that easily. We've just gone to, we just hired somebody, not hired somebody, but dedicated somebody to HSI, and we're actually giving HSI an office here at our new police department. So in addition to our task force agent, that brings with it another agent that's an actual HSI agent that's going to work with that. And that's their major function, is sexual exploitation and human trafficking. So I think that brings yet another layer of all of the federal resources that we take that we work with and work very well with. I've been in communication myself with the heads of these, of the state of Maine, with HSI, FBI, and I'm in constant communication with them with like, what better can we do and what resources can we steal from you to make our community better? And by having a task force agent there, we're giving kind of precedence to the equipment that they have, which far exceeds what we just have at the Lewiston Police Department.
Excellent. I do agree with Councilor Gallant concerning, I was very adamant that I wanted to see the 5 officers. There was always the question of equipment, obviously, but, I think that you should come to us with whatever demands you need for us, and then that way we can, see results and also possibly have better data that we can all share. And I really appreciate the data that was put together here in this package, because we didn't have that before. So thank you.
Thank you.
Administrator O'Malley, can you make a note to check in with Director Gagne about overgrown sidewalks on Oak Street? Excellent, excellent. And then, just as a matter of procedure here, is the need for the 30,000 funding, is that going to need to come up on the agenda, or can that be approved by a department head, or?
Right now, with the chief's budget, he has some open positions. We'll just take that out of payroll. If it does come to the point where we have to do a supplemental budget adjustment, we will come forward to you with that.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Sol, before we wrap up.
A real quick question.
Sure.
Given that it's, a lot of the youth are being, are coming and having guns and weapons and curfew, I know it probably is tedious work. Is it helpful?
Curfew certainly is helpful. All of the ordinances that we have in place are helpful to some degree and to some extent. The curfew ordinance is what allowed us to get those guns off the street that I was talking about previously. An ordinance violation certainly does not hold the weight of a criminal charge, and even with a criminal charge, sometimes the consequences aren't as great as I wish that they were. So an ordinance would be a small fine, for instance, and we don't necessarily charge the ordinance, but the ordinance allows us to initiate a conversation and communicate with people and find bigger and better things, hopefully, well, not
I think I
hopefully,
read
but-
you can bring it to
did,
their
yes, and I
parents,
have reviewed
too.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to see it at 10 o'clock, 7 days a week, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock if we could. But, I mean, they just don't need to be out on the streets, especially now. It's too dangerous and, yeah. Sunset curfew. So thank you for being here and sharing all that with us. I appreciate it. And I've noticed a lot more cruisers. I haven't gone down a street downtown in the last 3 weeks without coming in contact with an officer. So that's,
Well, that's our goal too, and I can tell you in the 3 years that I've been chief, I don't think I've seen more proactive patrols out there. Our guys, not just the walking beats that you've authorized, the extra stuff, our beat officers are getting out there and doing it.
Yeah.
Without much, I'm not provoking them too much to get out there and do it. They're doing it on their own.
I see it all the time.
Yeah.
Normally, I'm like,
If you
But-
are in the downtown area, I can assure you, you're going to see cruisers going through Kennedy Park
All
multiple
day.
times a day,
Yeah.
multiple times in the evening. You're going to see them going down through the alleys, in the parking garages, where some of this criminal behavior exists.
every turn I make, there's an officer.
Thank
So
you.
I
and
appreciate it.
That's our goal.
Yeah.
Councilor Roy, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you to you and your force. Every time that I have a constituent email me about any concerns or anything like that, you always are right there at the ready to try to provide some sort of guidance, or at least go out there and look into the issues. So I really want to thank you for that and the job that you're doing.
I do my best with the guidance and direction, but really what the people that need to be thanked are the men and women of the police department that are out there every single day without hesitation. They're out there under not the best of circumstances. They're getting yelled at, spit at, sworn at, and yet they continue to do what they have to do, and they're there for the community. They attend all these meetings, they go out there and do all these proactive patrols, and for that, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's just the time that there's no time, it takes you no time to answer my emails, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
With challenges comes opportunities, and I have no doubt that we will get through this as a city and as a community. And yeah, we appreciate all of your efforts, Chief, and everyone else as we work to reduce crime here in Lewiston. I noticed that we have, I noticed several lieutenants here. If the lieutenants can, and other officers are here, just raise your hand. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much, Chief. Please give our best to your department.
I will, thank you.
I understand we are quite a bit behind schedule at this point. It was unfortunate but unavoidable. We're going to take a couple minutes and then we will gear back up for our regular council meeting. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday evening council meeting. We're getting a bit of a late start, probably end late, but I appreciate everyone's patience. We're going to kick things off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have the Honorable Linda Scott with us here this evening, who will lead us. Thank you so much, Linda. Do we have any Lewiston leads or anything? No? Okay. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Thank you, sir. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 1.
And I understand we have minutes.
Yes, of the August 20th.
May I have a motion, please?
So move to
Councilor
approve the
Chittum.
minutes. I move to approve the minutes as printed.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Gallant. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you're a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office.
Here I am again, Ronnie Parity, Ward 6. Came here tonight to talk about my increase in taxes. And I'm not blaming the city council or anybody else, but something's got to be done. I am on fixed incomes. Good, I have a good pension, but what about people that don't? Some of our teachers who retired 20 years ago are making less than $25,000 a year in Social Security and pensions. These teachers that taught in our schools for many years are living on short pensions, and I know them, I've talked to them, and everything else. They're making choices. This is unfair. My suggestion is that we need to all get together. City Council, School Board, legislatures from the state, and delegates from the federal. We need to get our 4 delegates here from the feds to talk about unfunded mandates to help with our school budget, because most of the budget, as we know, was school. And I'm not complaining that school gets the money. I'm complaining because we're not getting together, and we need to get together now. Now. And the mayor, we need to get together. I would suggest an all-day conference of the city community and the players, and we sit in tables, round tables, and I've been to many conferences like this, and we talk about what are our concerns, what are the solutions, and we have leaders at each table to put down the solutions. I'm not saying a place to complain, I'm saying solutions. And I would like to have it during the daytime when our seniors are scared to come down here. They don't come to these meetings because they're scared of this area of town. Haven't you heard that? I'm asking you, city councils, to please go talk to your seniors about their taxes. We can't do anymore. We can't. Mine went up $600, and now we haven't even a real appraisal. And I don't even have police presence around my house. I talked to Chief St. Pierre today. My roads aren't fixed. Prospect Street and Rosedale are terrible, and they've never been fixed, and I've lived there for 20 years. And I never see a policeman. Since Dick Roberts retired, I never see a policeman around my area. And we got dragon in the woods, and a lot of homeless that come up, way up and back on my street. Thank you. I hope you will do something and get this community going so we can talk.
Hi, my name is Lisa Jones. I live in Ward 2. I'm actually not here to say any of my own words tonight. I'm reading on someone else's behalf. These words are from James Cutting, 52 Sabata Street. Below is the statement I had planned to make during public comment tonight, however, coverage fell through at work. I'm here tonight because I'm angry. 8 days ago, I sent an email to publiccomments.com, an address that this body has assured us on multiple occasions the entire council sees. So I can only assume my email has been ignored, as I have not received any responses at all. The email shared concerns about constitutional violations by Council President Harriman. The email detailed how Councilor Harriman commented on the Lewiston Police Department's Facebook post requesting LPD to delete comments. The comments he was asking to be removed were not the phishing or virus-laden links, but the comments he himself did not like. This is illegal for government officials and agencies to do, as I detailed in the email I sent. In January of this year, the entire council swore to support and uphold the Constitution. A few decades ago, after much thought and conversations with a mentor, I swore in a similar oath, one I took very seriously. It seems to me many who are elected in this city see this oath as merely just another step to sitting in an elected seat.
Andrew Jones, Ward 2. I wrote to this council back on August 20th to address a comment made by Councilor Najin to the Lewiston delegation to Augusta regarding constitutional carry. I'd only received one response, and I'd like to thank Councilor Sewell for taking the time to respond, even if she did get my name wrong. Since then, I've seen more comments from council members on social media advocating that the solution to the violence in our city is to punish law-abiding citizens for the actions of criminals. I provided in my email 2 examples of individuals who are not exercising constitutional carry because they were not eligible for it. I can add 2 additional examples. One is the unnamed youth suspects responsible for the chaos at the August 26th community event. The other is a career criminal arrested this morning with a sawed-off shotgun and an undocumented pharmacy in the vehicle he was traveling in. In regards to the sawed-off shotgun, I hope the federal government will do the job that Maine's judicial system has so far failed to do. Constitutional carry requires those exercising it to A, not be a prohibited person such as a felon, and B, be 21 years of age. Once again, none of these individuals qualify. Rescinding constitutional carry and going back to a shall issue permit means fewer people lawfully exercising their Second Amendment rights in public. The bad guys are already not following the law. Do you think that a permit requirement is going to change their behavior? I'll close by stating that such action will not affect me personally, as I hold a concealed firearms permit issued by the Lewiston Police Department, and it has that gentleman's autograph from his days as the police chief. I'm simply speaking as a concerned citizen and worry about what other ideas opponents of the Second Amendment will put forth when this one does not work. Thank you.
Matthew D. Agrin, Ward 4. It's now past time that you councilors take the time to fix the mess you made of the rules governing the way we handle public comment. By your own rules, we are limited to a simple 15-minute period, after which we suspend them, and there's no way to pick them back up. I have provided a very simple page of fixes that would simply fix the problems. It's written in our committee packet. 3 minutes, 15 minutes, ends. There are 10 of us that want to speak tonight, which there aren't. You guys can't, without making questionable ruling, extend this, because Section 15 covers public comment. Section 12 says you can only do things above it to change the rules. The reason it seems that you guys aren't changing the rules back is you guys don't want to hear from us. You want us to send our emails to publiccomment@lewistonmaine.gov, where nobody but you people get to read it. Nobody gets to say, hey, I think that guy's an idiot, or gee, that person's making some really good points. The citizens and taxpayers who watch this in person, live on TV, or on the streaming system. I've heard from most of you up there. This is not what you really want. You really want to hear from us here at the podium. So please, fix this problem before we, the public you were elected to serve, really believe you'd rather not hear from us anymore.
Further public comment?
Matt Roy, Ward 3. At the last council meeting, there were multiple people who spoke about a charter amendment for ranked choice voting. All their reasons they gave were inaccurate, misleading, and RCV doesn't actually make voting easier. What makes voting easier, at least in the state of Maine, is same-day registration, multiple weeks of early voting here at City Hall, and no reason absentee ballot. You need no excuse. And then the statistics they even give don't even support their position. 2017, turnout was down 10% because of icy weather. Although that goes back to absentee voting, and you wouldn't have had a drop off. But 2015, the drop off in turnout from November to the runoff in December was 1.5%. So that's inconclusive data. And second of all RCV does with our single member districts is just reinforce the duopoly. So if you believe in genuine democracy and you're a third party or an independent or unenrolled in the state of Maine, RCV does nothing but reinforce that control of the major two parties. If you really want actual reform, you should, like some people have tried in the last decade, change the ballot access, make forming, third parties easier in the state of Maine, which a previous Secretary of State basically steamrolled over, especially if you're a certain party that starts with L and has liberty as its base in name. But real change would be, and to the assistant Bates professor, who basically say that RCV is this panacea. No, the better panacea would be proportional RCV. But again, that gets back to my second point about ballot access and registration. And basically, our two major parties are coalitions by any European standard. And to piggyback on what Mr. Agron stated about the rules, the other business, the council should go back to what was council rules for decades before the last council. Because you could make the argument that just having staff control new business goes against the U.S. constitutional provision for petitioning our government. There is no easier way for somebody to petition their government than stand here and ask for an agenda item to be put on the council agenda for a future meeting. Thank you.
Before you start my time, may I ask a clarifying question about a council rule about staff or city or something? Because I feel like I just witnessed testimony where it was talking about a counselor, and then so it's blurred for me, and I need clarification before I give my testimony, please.
And please continue with your public comment.
My name is Melissa Dunn. I'm a community organizer. I reside at 254 Blake Street in Lewiston. Calls for increased police enforcement is gentrification or signs of it. I've been handing out Know Your Rights flyers to people in community, people who are homeless, people at 149 College, people at 70 River Street, people who are knee-deep in crisis and who need connection and one-on-one support. And so my call is just to let people know that this exists, Know Your Rights. It's for everybody. But also that if there's calls for police enforcement, the expectation is that certain people are going to disproportionately be filling up the courts. It's black and brown people, it's homeless people, it's people who are on substances anybody with mental health needs or issues or crisis. And that's not the way community shows up to respond in my book. We get our people, we save our people, we show up. That's the way it is. I showed up to 149, I showed up to 70 River Street. Some of the other places in community and people, like I said, are in crisis. They need one-on-one support. Sometimes it's not policing, sometimes it's not sitting in circle to have a conversation. Sometimes it's meeting the basic needs, and we're restricted because there's no access to these resources. We don't have health care. These things are a need. So we're gonna need more homeless shelters if we keep this up, and the gentrifying and the over-policing. We're gonna need more mental health supports because people going through the trauma. And it's all the while survivors of police violence, many people in the downtown, homeless folks especially, their things destroyed, will be silenced. We need people to advocate for our people. Please.
Hi, my name is Paula Michaud, and I'm sure some of you police officers have had interactions with me. I have sons who are drug addicts. One of them is now in jail. The other one got beaten up severely, almost died. He's in a sober house. Thank God for the sober house, for the sober houses. My son who's in jail didn't get there in time. I have been disrespected by some Lewiston PD, okay, to the point where I had to start recording the conversations when they arrived. One time I was accused of kicking in my own door. I've been accused of being intoxicated. This has been written in the reports that I slurred my speech. That one was from Northern Maine last month when my husband and I got into an argument over the tenant who was his friend who was intoxicated and who at the beginning of every month does something when he gets his check. And at the beginning of June, he actually sent me a threatening message in the middle of the night. My husband first. My husband didn't answer the text messages, so the guy called us. He said he'd been shot, and he blamed it on our sons, that their friends had shot him. It was a lie. I called the Maine State Police. No such report was made. But anyway, when I went to visit in the beginning of July, I was arrested for disorderly conduct when I called police for help. This might not be this serious here yet, but it will get to that point. I'm afraid that police, because the next day, that same police officer, and I posted this on Facebook, I don't care if he's gotten 300 congratulations for becoming a corporal. It was a wrongful arrest, and I am gonna try to sue. And this is gonna affect taxpayers, unfortunately, because I wanna help taxpayers. I don't like to see taxes go up. But inevitably, yes, the school needs more money because there's not enough volunteers in the schools to do the jobs of the teachers, and they shouldn't have to be. But anyway, I'm very glad that Ketanji Jackson actually is in favor of creating enforceable ethics rules for judges, because yes, I have known for a long time that the judicial system is in trouble. I write about it, I blog about it, and I'm trying to finish a book about it. Okay, lawyers have a monopoly here in Maine. I mean, come on, a lawyer costs $200 an hour. It's basically someone's entire paycheck for a week just to sit down with a lawyer for 2 or 3 hours. There's a monopoly, and lawyers are not that great. There's a lot of them that just never get held accountable because that's the way the system is set up.
That's time.
And Human
Thank
Rights
you.
Commission also does never
That's
investigate.
time. Thank you.
I would like to say more
Thank-
dirty decisions if you want to read more.
Thank you. That's time. Further public comment?
Mr. Mayor, the 15-minute period has lapsed.
Thank you, Councillor Chittum. Without strong objection from the council, I would like to see if there's further public comment.
Mr. Mayor, that's the council's decision. I would call for a council vote.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I think we will vote, I guess, on whether to continue public comment or not.
Sure. So the question before the council will be that whether to stop public comment or whether to continue it at this time. Is that correct?
Is that a motion, Councillor Chittum?
I did not make that motion.
So I believe, actually, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Chittum is probably calling basically for enforcement of the rules, which is a parliamentary procedure and a parliamentary matter.
Right.
The council rules are defined as, and adopted by the council, and they do say 15 minutes. And so I believe the councillor is just simply asking for the enforcement of the rules, again, which is a step under Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Much more eloquently put than I could put it.
Is it the will of the council to continue with public comment at this time? I guess in order to answer that question, do we have anybody else who would like to make public comment by a show of hands? Well, then we will not bother with this further. Thank you. Madam Clerk, agenda item number 1.
Item number 1, public
Mr.
hearing.
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Gallant.
Sir, I'd like to make a motion that we move item number 14 to number 1 to expedite that particular item. The people have been here presenting since 5:45 this evening, and it's the majority of the people who are still here in the room.
I would second that.
We have a motion and then a second. Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
To move item 14 up and to address it at this time.
Yes. Further comments from the council? Councillor Harriman.
Thank you. I don't really have any strong objections to this. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware. We also have staff here who are waiting for other agenda items. So it's just balancing the time of the staff as well as the folks in the audience who have come out to this.
Staff will likely remain here till the duration of the meeting, although there could be some staff who get to leave early. But not you, Administrator O'Malley.
I will be here till the end of the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Just to clarify. I am normally loath to move agenda items out of order. I recommend that the council keep the order as presented in the agenda. Further comments? Councillor Roy.
I would recommend moving this up also.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2? Yes. Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you so much.
Item before you now is item number 14, resolve, accepting the proposal from Kevin Bollard of Cadence Kitchen to develop an adult low-barrier homeless shelter. Requested action, to approve the resolve, accepting the proposal from Kevin Bollard of Cadence Kitchen to develop an adult low-barrier homeless shelter.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Gallant, second by Councillor Roy. And Madam Clerk, I would like the record to reflect that I wanted to not move the agenda item here because I like you all so much and wanted to keep you here as long as possible. Please proceed. Please introduce yourself and then please proceed.
I am Chris Bicknell, Executive Director of New Beginnings and a member of the Mayor's Ad Hoc Committee on Shelter. So I'm not sure exactly what the council wants to hear this evening. I'm hoping you've all read the proposal and the scoring sheet. I'm going to just kind of go over the scoring and the committee's kind of thought process around that scoring. So if you look at the scoring sheet, there were 7 questions that needed to be responded to. The first question was whether or not the mission and vision of the proposal met the kind of requirements of running this shelter. And so there was a consensus that the mission of Cadence Kitchen did meet that. There was some comment that it didn't mention low barrier in the actual mission, but there was also comment that many nonprofits who operate shelters and low barrier shelters, that's one component of what they do, and so they don't have that specific language in their mission or vision statement. So that felt like it was a complete pass on that one. The second question was experience serving the unhoused community. This was one of the highest scoring categories for Cadence Kitchen. As most people in this community know, Kevin has been doing this work in the community as well as the other staff that he works with at Cadence Kitchen for about 5 years now. They are the folks who are doing the outreach, who know the people on the street, who do the hard work of developing relationships in difficult situations. And so this is probably the best suited agency in this community to do this work based on the assessment of the committee. Number 3, human resources. This got a range of scores throughout. I think the thinking of the committee on this was that Cadence Kitchen currently is a very small, relatively new nonprofit, but they have the support of community partners, community counseling, Inc. in particular, who is going to be doing the business end of this for human resources, as well as management experience, which is question number 4. And so Cadence Kitchen's ability to partner with larger nonprofits that have the resources and the infrastructure and capacity to do this work that they don't was impressive to the committee as well. So for both 3 and 4, that is a similar response that we had. On number 5, experience working with Androscoggin County partners. Again, there was a total of 15 points awarded here, no points lost anywhere. To do this work, you have to partner because the reality of whether you're running a warming shelter or doing outreach, that is the point of contact. And there's much more that people need in order to move out of that crisis on the street or the emergency housing that they're in. And that is done in partnership with other providers who have real specialty in case management, real specialty in mental health, real specialty in substance use disorders, real specialty in managing high-risk behaviors. And so Cadence Kitchen has proven through their documentation that they can handle that. Financial capacity was number 6. Again, an area where it was acknowledged that Cadence Kitchen will be making a large leap in the kind of level of finance that they'll be responsible for. But again, having CCI on board that already has that level of experience really filled that out. One of the things that was talked about was kind of the lifespan of nonprofits. Cadence Kitchen is early on, and this is going to be their graduation into that mid-range of nonprofit work where they're really building a skill set and a capacity, and they'll be utilizing their partners to do that. And then the last question was development experience. This project is going to require a very large property with site control, oversight, management of banks and funding and all of that. And they have stated they're going to be partnering with Lewiston Housing Authority, who has vast experience in this community doing that, has the resources in their pocket available to meet challenges that come up that may not be budgeted for, as well as have considerable project development experience in this community, and particularly working with subsidized housing and low-income folks. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Councillor Chittum.
Thank you. I think we're exceedingly fortunate that the proposal was submitted by Cadence Kitchen, demonstrated success in running the warming shelter last year, long-time demonstrated success in supporting those in need in our community. So ranking, scoring aside, I think we're exceedingly fortunate to have received this proposal, and I, for one, will be voting to support it, to recommend it, to accept it.
I would agree with all that.
This agenda item brings us one step closer to having a low barrier shelter here in Lewiston, one that is desperately needed. So I appreciate the committee's work, and thank you, Kevin and Cadence Kitchen. Councillor Najin.
I'd just like to say I'm exceedingly happy that Kevin's group has applied. One of the pieces that is without doubt is that you and your group have the experience needed to maintain the relationships that are required, and that you care about this community and you care about the people in this community. The one thing I would just urge is this is going to be a learning experience for all of us. And so there will be parts that I think will have to be adaptable to change at certain places and responsive to concerns on many levels. But, moving past the, here's a sandwich and an Afghan and have a good night, to actually providing people with a place where they're going to be safe for the night is a big step. And I'm happy that you folks are stepping up to the challenge and are willing to be partners with the city in this work. So, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Sewell.
I'm not going to beat a dead horse. So you know how I feel about some of your rules and non-requirements, but I support Kevin. I have all faith in him. I think he did a great job on the warming center. So because you're here, that's why I'm going to support this project. So thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew D. Agron, Ward 4. I stand here not against Kevin or Caden's Kitchen running the permanent low-barrier adult shelter, but before we approve this, I believe we need to see a better proposal. Last year, when they put a proposal in to handle the warming center, there were very pointed questions from those of you in the membership up there on whether or not their budgeting was correct, or if they'd run into a massive shortfall and would not be able to complete their mission. Kevin was correct, it was, and they did something I rarely ever hear anybody do. They returned excess money back to the city. I've congratulated Kevin and his group before, and I'll do so again. There was a list of requirements that was set out with this proposal, and we heard that there's a scoring sheet somewhere. It's not in the council packet. I see that both Councillor Roy and Gallant did review this, and while I have faith in both of your abilities, extra eyes are always good, because this is going to be a major undertaking for the city going forward, and an expense that we, the taxpayers, may end up having to hold. If you guys approve this without us seeing monetary proposals, we have no idea what we're on the hook for. You have no idea. You're approving a blank check. Look how hard it was for the school committee to pass a budget this year. Can you imagine how hard it could be in the future? There is a point in here about Kevin getting support from other outside agencies. That's great, but there's no idea of what financial cost, especially when you're looking at staff. We could see what staffing at today's cost would value be. You need to have so many security, you need to have so many people. They're not all going to be volunteers, I doubt. And I hate to go off this, but I will. Councilor Jean last meeting asked the following question. Was this proposal written so that Kevin, who is a member of the shelter committee, was the only available option? I also saw that there are many letters of support for Kevin, and hell, if he'd asked me, I would have written him one too. They all mention, some of them mention support for the warming center. That's a separate item. They also mention operations that Caden's Kitchen was not the responsible party for, like the shelter at the Ramada or the Armory. So we should not be tarnishing them with the responsibility for the side effects for how those programs were mishandled as to how the residents around the areas were affected by their operations. Thank you.
Further public comment for this agenda item? And back to the council. Administrator O'Malley, we were talking earlier about process for this after the council potentially approves this item. I guess, can you delineate for the public what the steps would be going forward?
Well, I think as the co-chairs, Craig Sattermeyer discussed, this is really just a qualification proposal that you folks in the RFP that was put out, based on the RFP that was written by the Homeless Shelter Committee, put this out, and Kevin's group is the one that answered. There is no funding that we're approving. There's nothing along those lines, and I think Craig has explained that that's why we had the workshop prior to this meeting, to explain that, the timeline of applying for money from the state from Maine Housing. So this is just saying, okay, we feel like your group is qualified, that we want to work with you as we move forward, but there's no funding or anything that we're committing to this, this homeless shelter at this time.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Najin.
And just to expound on that point, the licensing hasn't been issued, the funding hasn't been applied for, the location hasn't been determined at this point. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done. It's just a question, I think, with the RFP of who in our community is willing to step up to help the city answer this need, because certainly the city does not have the staff or the expertise to do this, and that's the simple truth. Yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
I'd like to speak to the question around whether this RFP was written for Cadence Kitchen, and I can say absolutely not. I think if Cadence Kitchen had responded to this RFP as a sole entity, they would not have gotten it. They don't have the capacity to do it. And there are many larger nonprofits in this region that do have the capacity to do this work solely, and they were thought of in the process of this.
Further comments from the council? So in essence, this just formalizes a relationship with Cadence Kitchen going forward as we plan out a shelter for the city.
Yes.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Bicknell?
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, item number 1.
Item number 1, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Sonder and Dram, 12 Ash Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Sonder and Dram, 12 Ash Street.
So moved.
I have a motion, please.
Second.
Councillor Chittum, second by Councillor Gallant. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed a vote of 7-0.
Item number 2.
Item number 2, public hearing on a new application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for El Pocho's American Grill, 97 Lisbon Street. Mexican Grill, 97 Lisbon Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for El Pocho's Mexican Grill, 97 Lisbon Street.
So
Have a
moved.
motion, please.
Second.
Councillor Chittum, second by Councillor Harriman. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed a vote of 7-0.
Item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Melissa's Pub and Grill, 675 Main Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Melissa's Pub and Grill, 675 Main Street.
So
Have a
moved.
motion, please. Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councillor Harriman. Discussion? Councillor Chittum.
Observation that the application indicates the nearest residence is a half-mile away. My review of the GIS indicates the nearest residence is 130 feet away. Has that been confirmed?
I'm not sure what code enforcement office, I'm not sure, Counselor. Typically, the code enforcement office folks would look at these, you saw that the other ones had amendments, so I don't know.
I see the department chair, John Connor, has stepped up to the podium.
That is confirmed. It is 130 feet to the nearest residence.
Thank you, Director Connor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may continue.
Yes.
This is an ongoing problem, and I'm not quite sure how to solve it. I don't think it's reasonable to expect staff to proof these applications. On the other hand, I'm not willing to deny an application for a special amusement purpose because there's an error in the in the application. I want to promote business. Those two goals are conflicting, and I'm having trouble sleeping at night because of it. Thank you.
Councillor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I would like to make a comment, having frequent that particular area. The building, their home they're talking about is on the back side of the building where there's no entrance, and it's a backyard to a resident. So probably when they put the application together, they weren't thinking about what's happening in the back of their building, and their measurements are probably taken from the front of the building looking out in a circle, and that distance is probably fairly close, not as a bird's eye view, but as a view taken, from that situation.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gallant. Councillor Najin.
I would just like to propose that possibly in the future, not for this meeting, but that we look at either removing this piece completely or setting another precondition, because if we're expecting the applicant to figure out how close, they're not out there with a tape measure or like a surveyor's wheel, right? And so, if there's a precondition that would disallow the licensing, maybe that's the question that we ask, just in order to make it cleaner. And maybe staff could come back to us on that at some point.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Yes, I understand councilors' concerns. However, I have not spoken to the applicant, but we can only assume that they filled out this application in good faith. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Before I vote, I'm going to note that the council didn't have an opportunity to comment after public hearing. Yes.
Yes.
Word 7, thank you, Councilor. Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. And thank you for all these establishments doing business in Lewiston. We had item number added 3B. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for remembering, because I forgot. Item 3B, public hearing for approval of an outdoor entertainment permit for the Walk to End Alzheimer's. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application from the Alzheimer's Association for outdoor musical concerts to be held at Samard Payne Memorial Park on September 14th as part of a fundraising walkathon event, and to authorize a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3 for the organizing committee for the outdoor music concerts, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Land Use Officer, and Code Health Officer regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
So moved.
I have a motion, please. Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Najin. Discussion. Public comment. Back to the council. Councillor Najin.
I'd just like to say it's a good cause, and I'm glad to see that they're doing something that is a community focus. So that's great.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Word 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and final passage to amend the business license ordinance for the licensing of homeless shelters. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Chapter 22 business licenses, Article 16 homeless shelters of the city's Code of Ordinances receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I
So
have a motion,
moved.
please. Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Gallant. Anything that you'd like to start us off with, Madam Clerk?
No, this is the final passage.
Excellent. Yes. Councillor Chittum.
Yes, I would just like to confirm for everybody that this is the final passage of a housekeeping amendment to the shelter ordinance. This ordinance will be back before us once we've received the recommendations from the shelter committee for substantive review of the content of the ordinance. To answer Councillor Sol's questions about concerns that she had about low barriers, those will be addressed when we come back to this ordinance again in the very near future, I hope. So this is only a housekeeping approval. Thank you.
I would like to also add that should we find any additional housekeeping items, we will take care of that at that time as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Administrator O'Malley.
Yeah, that is scheduled as a workshop on the 17th, that the Homeless Housing Committee will be here to review what their changes are, so you folks will have an opportunity to digest that information, to make recommendations what you'd like to go forward with, so that you can have a vote on it at a subsequent meeting.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Is that scheduled into an hour slot?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Councillor Chittum.
Question for the administrator. Is the workshop going to be followed by a first reading?
No, it's not.
Okay.
So we'll give you an opportunity, that way you'll let staff know what changes you'd like to see, what you wouldn't like to see, and then we'll come back. Then you can have another discussion on October 1st, thank you. October 1st. So it's scheduled for our next meeting is September 17th as an hour-long workshop. So you'll get the recommendations at that point, and then we'll come back for another meeting that you can then have discussion and vote.
Bueno. Thank you very much.
Yes, staff will need time to make changes. Further comments? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed, a vote of 7-0.
Item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2, definitions for consolidation and reorganization of definitions, and addition of definitions for terms used within the ordinance but previously undefined. Requested action, that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2, definitions, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the public hearing to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Have a motion, please.
So moved.
Councillor Glant, second by Councillor Najin. Director Connor, please kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So we did receive some questions from Councilor Chittum. Thank you very much for those. Just more housekeeping, trying to clean up our ordinances as we go along, as we see things that need to be changed. Just looking for feedback and any questions on the material that we sent you. I have the answers for Councilor Chittum if those are the only questions.
Do we have further questions? Councillor Najin.
I just have a statement. I went back, watched the planning board meetings, and I thank both you and City Planner Norton's work on that, as well as the planning board. And I would be comfortable approving all of these changes as a slate if other people were willing. But I don't know if that can be done, actually. Is it individual? Forget it. Okay.
I prefer to take agenda items one at a time, but I appreciate the thought. Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Connor, would you prefer that I ask the questions so that you can answer them?
Sure, sure.
All right, the first one was, I have a concern about the definition of frontage, building. It seems to refer to a dimension that could easily be taken incorrectly if the building is not set square to the road. If the building is skewed at an angle, or if it has a curved front, or if it's anything other than a straight rectangular conventional building, the definition that's proposed is problematic. My suggestion is, if the desire is to prohibit parking in front of the building, then why not simply prohibit parking in the front setback as opposed to the building, the frontage, building?
Excellent question. So Planner Craig Thibault, he researched that thoroughly, and I'm going to read his response if you'll allow me. So he said, the staff has written the definition intended to prevent parking in front of the building for the new development and intend for the length of the building frontage to be measured as the distance parallel to the public street, even if the building is not parallel to the public street as shown below. And he gave you an example which you don't have in front of you, so I apologize. Regarding vehicle parking, yes, parking lots and other parking areas except for access drives are already prohibited, and any required setback through the definitions for front, side, and rear setback are already taken into account. The proposed revision is sensible. However, the required setback area and the area between the building frontage and the public street while having considerable overlap, are not the exact same, as the area between the building frontage and the public street could encompass a larger area if the building is set back further than the required minimum, was the answer that he gave. But again, we're open for, if it's something that you feel that we need to go back and look at, we're amenable to that. It has been through the planning board, and they looked at this quite extensively as well.
I'm getting a reputation for being overly picky, and I have a problem with that reputation. But honestly, my desire is to have clear, concise, easily understandable ordinances that don't self-conflict and that the layman can understand. So please, pardon me for my insistence. Is it the planning department and planning board's recommendation that the definition of frontage comma building remain as proposed?
It is.
Thank you. Second question, height of building maximum and height of building minimum, the latter of which is a new definition, have very different verbiage in them. And that differs from the language that's used in the design guidelines. So we have 3 different ways to measure building heights. And it seems to me sensible that we combine all those, and when we measure the height of a building, we have a fixed reference point on the ground and a fixed reference point at the maximum height of the building, excluding chimneys and antennas and so on. So I have proposed language in the, I'm sorry, I did not propose language. I simply pointed out.
Yeah, you just pointed out a question. Yeah, I was wondering where you were going there, Counselor.
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess I don't know myself. But it seems to me that to keep things clear, simple, and precise, that we combine all these definitions and have one simple, straightforward definition. The height of the building is measured from the lowest point around the foundation to the highest point in the building, period.
And I believe that's how it's talked about, the measuring. The question that I believe you asked about was why the 2, right? There are 2 different definitions. And again, if you allow me, Craig said that, we believe that it's necessary to add a height of the building, the minimum definition, due to the minimum height requirement in the zoning districts in and around the design district overlay. The example that we're concerned with is a developer using the current definition of height of a building to meet the minimum height requirement, though constructing, or through constructing a second story or taller facade on only a small portion of the building. As it's currently written, they could technically meet the minimum height requirement by not meeting the spirit of the intent of what we're proposing.
Okay, I guess I wasn't very clear in my observations. The building height, parentheses, maximum, is measured from the lowest point of the finished grade on the foundation. That's a very specific point around the perimeter of the building. The height of the building, parentheses, minimum, is measured from the average of the finished grade on the foundation, which requires somebody to go out there and measure all of the elevations around the perimeter, determine what the average is, use that as the measurement point, and then find the highest point of the building. Overly cumbersome, takes way too much time, and again, is at odds with the definition of maximum building height. I'd be happy to work off council time with the planning board or the planning department if we could exclude the definition of building heights from the approval of this ordinance amendment. Finally, I have one more question, and that is principal facade. The definition of that violates the very rule against using a word to define itself. The word facade is used in the definition of facade, and I'm wondering if principal facade couldn't simply be defined as the most prominent face of the building.
So when staff was looking at this, we were not trying to define facade. We were looking more at the first word, principal. So we're trying to define what is the principal facade. And your recommendation of the principal face, it could work. But that's what we were trying to define is there's many facades. A building could have multiple facades. We are just trying to define the principal facade. So we weren't using, in our minds, facade to define itself. We are trying to define which is the principal facade. of the many that a building could have.
Thank you, and that makes sense. And it causes us to delve deeper. Where do we use the term principal facade, and what is regulated by defining that principal facade?
So it is used in our design standards. I've seen it in there. It's used throughout the zoning and ordinance.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the
No,
spot. That
no,
was
you're
really
fine.
more of a rhetorical
Okay.
question than anything else. I've found several instances where we go to great lengths to define a term, and then we never use it in the ordinance, which just is an obfuscation.
Right.
So that really was a rhetorical question.
Gotcha.
And I'm sorry, I did not mean to.
My
expect
apologies
an
for not
answer.
picking up on it.
Those are my 3 questions on agenda item number 5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Najin, did you have something?
I was just going to refer to the design standards. I was just going to refer to the design standards overlay. It's a guideline for the most part, and so therefore there are basically differences between the actual zoning pieces and the way that the design standard overlay is written, as far as the guidelines are written, because it's what we're asking people to do. It's what we're desirous of, as opposed to being like, this is a hard and fast rule. And so we can make exceptions within the design standards where we cannot in the actual ordinance. So.
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Well, with that bit of information from Councilor Najin, if this principal facade is used only in the design guidelines, and the guidelines are a guideline, then why do we go to the trouble of defining it in the ordinance? And I don't expect an answer to that question. It's more of a philosophical question.
I have the answer to that question. That's because we have a certain amount of activity that we expect on our commercial buildings and the ways that we want our commercial buildings to look, as far as our windows, as well as the breakup of doors and highlights. So like the whole purpose of it is to say, this is the front of the building, so to speak. This is the front, and this needs to fall under these other guidelines that we have, which again are changeable. So it's yeah, that's why it exists, because the challenge will always be, let's say you have a building, and we have a lot right now that you have 2 principal faces, right? Like, what is the actual, you're looking at the building from the east or the west, right? And both are very prominent, so which is your principal face, right? And so that's you have to define it in order to hold it to a standard.
Okay. Anything else that you'd like to add at this moment, Director Connor?
No, sir.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Councilor Chittum, was it your desire to withhold part of the changes from this vote? Did I hear you correctly earlier?
Well, if it's the will of the council, I would prefer to work on building height and principal facade separately and see if we can come to some agreement that meets the intent of the planning department and the planning board and still makes the ordinance simple and user-friendly. I guess that would call for a motion then, or an amendment to the motion to approve the changes to the ordinance with the exception of the definitions of building height twice and principal facade once.
So moved.
We have well, Councilor Gallant just seconded. Are you proposing this amendment, Councilor Chittum?
Yes, I proposed that amendment, and I believe Councilor Gallant seconded it.
Yes. Thank you. But thank you, Councilor Sol. Okay, so now we have this on this amendment on the table. Did you get all that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, is to approve the proposed amendment changes without the definitions of height of building, the two definitions of height of building and principal facade.
Comment on this amendment? Councilor Harriman?
I mean, I appreciate the thought into making sure that we have these definitions all correct and accurate, but I feel like our planning staff and our planning board, you know, given all the people on those, in those two groups, I feel like they can probably figure it out, and I think that we can pass what they have, you know, what they've recommended.
Any thoughts, yes, Councilor Najin?
I think I'm going to say exactly what you're going to say. How does staff feel about this?
Staff is amenable to working with the council, Councilor Chittum. We'll just have to take it back to the planning board and review it again if that's the will of the council.
I take it Mr. Tebow is not available at this late hour.
He is not available tonight.
Yes. I hope he's having fun. Any further comments before we put this to vote? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes to the amendment proposed by Councilor Chittum.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5-2.
We are now back to the main motion.
Yes.
Any further comments? Director Connor.
None from staff.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-1.
Thank you, everyone. We are now up to item number 6. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Item number 6, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 5, Administration and Enforcement, to clarify language and streamline processes. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 5, Administration and Enforcement, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the public hearing to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
I have a motion,
So moved.
please.
Second.
Councilor Chittum, seconded by Councilor Harriman. Director Connor.
Right back in the same boat. So I received one question from Councilor Chittum on this one. Again, we're just...
1 second, Director Connor.
Oh, no, I'm waiting for comment.
I'm sorry?
I'm waiting for comment.
If you can please have a seat.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. We will begin public comment in a little bit. Director Connor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, we're just making a few changes here. We did get one question from Councilor Chittum. We're happy to answer that question and any others that any of the other councilors have from the packet that they received, if there are any.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Following the same format, I'll ask the question. There's a definition in Section 5, Administrative Procedures, that says that work exempt from permitting shall nonetheless comply with the Lewiston Court of Ordinances in all other, I'm sorry. The language is work exempt from a permit shall not grant authorization for any work to be done in any manner in violation of this code or any other laws or ordinance. I view that as overly broad and suggest that since our ordinances incorporate the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code and all of the NFPA codes, that we simply require compliance with our ordinance, and I would propose the language, work exempt from permitting shall nonetheless comply with the Lewiston Court of Ordinances in all other respects. That's my comment and suggestion. Thank you.
Absolutely. And so we tend to agree with you. However, we just want to make the point that this went through the city attorney's office as well with this language, and it was approved by the board as well as the city attorney. So it is somewhat broad, but most of the folks that we deal with on a daily basis, they know that we're talking about Maine laws and Lewiston codes of ordinances.
Counselor Chittum.
Recross, Your Honor. I'm sorry. With all due respect to our attorneys, one of the things I'm fighting against is having these vetted legal descriptions. They make it very often not user-friendly. The fact that you agrees with me gladdens my heart. You agree with me gladdens my heart. So, yes, our attorney has reviewed it. He has not had a chance, or she has not had a chance to review my suggestion. I'm hopeful that the suggestion would pass muster as well. And I'm willing, if the rest of the council is, to take a chance that if we approve this with an amendment, that the city attorney would have no problem with it.
And I believe this would be a substantive change as well to it. So we'll have to obviously take this back and bring it to the planning board as well.
That being said, Mr. Mayor, I will make an amendment that we approve the amendments to Article 5 of Appendix A as printed, with the exception of the last paragraph of the amendment, beginning work exempt from a permit.
Do we have a second? Motion dies. Further comment before we go to public comment? Public comment for this agenda item.
My name's Melissa Dunn. I live at 254 Blake Street. I just want to make sure that none of these things that are being discussed, the zoning and land use code, are things to streamline code enforcement, to condemn buildings quicker or something like that, the language in any of these. And I just would point out 149 as an example of that, because I'm concerned about that if that's the case.
Further public comment? Director Connor, could you please delineate for the public the reason for these code changes this evening?
These changes are mainly, like we talked about, there's some housekeeping, there's some changing of definitions, talking about permits, making sure that folks are getting the correct permits, and a lot of it is definitions and housekeeping, to be honest. So nothing that would give code enforcement the ability in these changes that we've made tonight to condemn buildings easier.
Thank you, Director Connor. Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the zoning and land use code, Article 9, appeals and variances for changes to public notice. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, zoning and land use code, Article 9, appeals and variances, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the public hearing to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
So
May I have a
moved.
motion, please? Councilor
Second.
Chittum, second by Councilor Gallant.
This one was an easy one. We changed the word regular mail to in writing. That was all we did, just so that it gives staff the ability, email, I think it came up, text messages, those can all be encompassed in writing. So when we give notice, it gives us more availability.
Councilor Chittum.
Mr. Mayor, I think you and the members of the council will be pleased to know that I have no comments on this.
We will discount that comment. Thank you. Further comment from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 8.
Item number 8, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the zoning and land use code, Article 11, district regulations, regarding changes to the land use table, space and bulk table, including changes to lot sizes, density, and setbacks, and to the design district overlay. Requested action that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, District Regulations, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Counselor Gallant. Director Connor.
Thank you. Again, made some changes. We broke out, one of the major things we did in this one was we broke out a commercial and mixed-use building standards, and we gave them each their own. So, if it's a commercial use, we're using those standards. If it's a residential use or mixed use, we're using those standards. Again, some more housekeeping, some more spelling. We had Counselor Chittum in mind when we were looking through our grammatical errors. And so, again, mainly housekeeping and changing very minor items. Counselor Chittum did have a question that I'd be happy to answer if that was the only one.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see, I had 3 bullet points. The first one is a question. The section requires a recessed entrance between 15 and 100 square feet. I had a trouble interpreting that, and I'd like to verify that that refers to the horizontal distance of the recess, not to the vertical access point in the wall.
And that's correct.
Okay, all right. That was unclear, but I'm glad to hear that that's understood that way. Perhaps the next time we come back for this wonderful process, we can fix that. Non-reflective glass is used frequently in these ordinances, but I could not find a definition of it anywhere. I would put on the table that non-reflective glass be brought through the process as a potential definition so we all understand what it is that we're talking about. And finally, perhaps more substantively, on the first page of the amendments, it begins Section 22, Section 23, Item 7, and then there's a missing Section 24 because Design District Overlay District Excluded is actually in Section 24 of Article 11. So I think it's just a typographic error. However, under blank walls, the definition currently says, or the requirement is that building facades visible from a public street shall not contain blank walls longer and higher than 15 feet. And this is a very important distinction. I believe that conjunction should be or.
And we went back to the definition of a blank wall. And if you look in Article 2 on definitions, it clearly states that it is both horizontal and vertical when you're taking in that account for that measurement. So we relied on the definition in Article 2 for that. I don't think or would be a substantive change if that's what you're looking for, but we've had many developers that have come through, and they all understand it to mean it's a 15-foot high, 15-foot wide, and that's considered the blank wall. But I get what your point is, and that's why we revert back to the definition of it, saying it is both vertical and horizontal, versus the putting or in here. But we can put or in there if you think that would make it a more accurate description.
So this goes back to Article 2 of Appendix A, the definitions, and blank wall is defined in there. I did not read that.
Correct. It is, and I'll pull it up for you really quickly here. A blank wall is a portion of the exterior facade of a building that does not include windows or doors, columns, pilaster, or other building articulation greater than 6 inches in depth, or a substantial visual change including color and material change. Blank wall area applies in both a vertical and horizontal direction.
Okay, I think if you feel that it's, Madam Clerk, I would ask you, is changing and to or a substantive change?
I don't believe it is, looking at the overall changes in the proposed amendment here. Doesn't appear to be, but this is not my ordinance that I oversee and enforce.
If we can address that off clock, so to speak, I'm okay with that.
Councilor Najin.
It is actually a substantive change. The reason why it was written that way was specific so that, like, for instance, you didn't have somebody who put trellis windows on a 25-foot wall 15 feet apart, right? Just at the top, right? The whole point is to break up any 15-foot by 15-foot section with either a column, a window, a different coloring, a different pattern, in order to create some type of. And the reason for this, again, is go look at Country Kitchen, and you'll see that there's just this giant blank wall in front of the police station, right? And so we spent a couple of hours going over this on the planning board when I was on the planning board. It's specific to keep these sections for 15 feet, so it is both horizontal and vertical.
Mr. Mayor?
One second, Councilor Chittum, are you, was that it, Councilor Najin?
That's it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Yeah, I understand, and I agree, that there should not be vast expanses of black walls. I'm talking about semantics here. If I have a wall that's 30 feet long and 14 feet tall, my reading of this ordinance says that that's allowable with the "and" in there. If changing that "and" to "or" prohibits this 30-foot long, 14-foot high wall.
The reason why we put the "and" in there is because if you have a wall that's 25 feet tall and 40 feet long, and you just put windows at the top, like I just mentioned, you don't have to break it up. So,
I think we're arguing different points here, Councilor Najin, and in the interests of getting to bed before 1 o'clock this morning, I will stop my quibbling.
We're not arguing, we're discussing. Thank you. Further comments from the council? Director Connor, did you have anything further?
I don't. Like I said, we rely on the definition, and the definition clearly says that it's measured both vertical and horizontal.
Madam Clerk, have we been to public comment for this agenda item?
Not yet.
Okay. Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Word 4?
Yes.
Word 5?
Yes.
Word 6?
Yes.
Word 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Item number 9, public
Yes.
hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards regarding changes to parking and to clarify measurements for buffers in the marijuana standards. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards, receive first passage by roll call vote, and the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
So
A
moved.
motion,
Second.
please. Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Harriman. Director Connor.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we changed a few things in here. For the non-conforming lots, we reverted it back to when the ordinance date of June 11th, 1996, cleaned up a few ands, some more housekeeping. The biggest thing was the measurement from how we determine the measurement for marijuana establishments to schools and daycares and whatnot. We did have a question from Councilor Chittum that we can answer if there's none others.
I would like to recognize Councilor Chittum at this time.
I'm sorry, I don't have a
Was-
question on agenda item 9.
I apologize. I was looking at 10.
Oh,
There were no
jumping
questions
the
for
gun,
9.
Director.
I was shell-shocked. No, nothing from 9.
Further comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Word 1?
Yes.
Word 2?
Yes.
Word 3?
Yes.
Word 4?
Yes.
Word 5?
Yes.
Word 6?
Yes.
Word 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We're just hitting our stride here. Item number 10.
Item number 10, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 13, Development Review and Standards regarding changes to landscaping maintenance, amenity space, and changes for clarity. Requested action that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 13, Development Review and Standards, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Counselor Gallant. Director Connor.
So we enlisted the help of the city arborist at great lengths on this one and got his input. Made some small changes. Again, this was the one that we had 3 questions, I believe, from Counselor Chittum. If there were none others, we can answer those.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Counselor Chittum, please proceed.
One minor observation. Big question about city arborist or designee. That's a phrase we use frequently in the codes, and I'm wondering if there's a way that we can, when we use a staff title, have that automatically mean that that authority, where allowed by state law, is designatable, or a designee can be assigned. So we get rid of that phrase elsewhere. The city clerk has indicated that that certainly applies to the city clerk's position. I'm hoping it can apply to any staff position.
Okay. When we read your question here, we took it as that we're trying to get rid of that. And we did a quick search. There's no less than 21 references to a director or their designee throughout the zoning codes. But if it's something that we can look to get rid of and it's already assumed or applied to, we're fine with that. But we just wanted to make sure that it was codified that there is a designee.
Yep. I'd be happy if the Madam Clerk can verify that removing "or their designee" from all of the ordinances would not be a substantive change. Then perhaps we can address that at another time and take care of it. The other question I have is about shrubs, and the language suggests that shrubs that are less than 3 feet tall are a violation of the ordinance. I'm trying to find that language as I mumble.
It's section 4Q4.
Thank you. Yeah, shrubs must be maintained at a minimum height of 36 inches.
So at the time of planting, the shrubs may be 2 foot in height, but then they would need to be maintained at 3 feet. Perennials or annual flower beds can also be lower in height and can comprise up to 25% of the required landscaping. So that was the answer that we got from Craig, and that is from
who?
the arborist as well. I'm sorry, from Planner Tebow, Craig.
Craig. Okay.
Craig.
Yeah.
So once a shrub reaches 3 feet tall, it cannot be pruned back below that. That's the intent
Correct.
there?
Correct.
Okay. I guess I don't understand the reason for that.
We've seen a lot of developers where it's in the development plan that they have to have certain plants, certain trees, certain shrubs, and then they put them in and they let them die, or they prune them down, and it does not lend to what the development plan was and what the aesthetics are. So that's why we're trying to keep it at the maintained height of 3 feet.
Okay. When I read that, and I see that canopy trees can be trimmed so that you allow visual aspects into the site, but it almost appears that shrubs have to be kept to minimize site. So there seemed to be a conflict there. I don't want to belabor the point. I just was confused as to why the city feels that it needs to have a blanket rule that shrubs need to be at least 36 inches tall.
And we can get more clarification from the city arborist if need be, if it'll help out.
Thank you, Director Connor. Thank you
And we can
for your
capitalize
patience.
urban area.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're going to hold off on the designee part for tonight, is that correct? Changing that?
Councilor Chittum.
Yes, if we can I'm assuming that we can go back and fix that as a non-substantive change without formal council action, in which case then we can approve this.
Well, if we're applying it across the board, then we're going to need to bring a lot of these changes to you, because like I said, there's 21 other instances of that we'd have to go back and change and bring back if you're going to say that it's assumed that the designee is already implied.
Well, I guess I'm saying that if it's a non-substantive change, that can be done administratively, can it not?
I don't know that if it's, I don't think that's.
I misunderstood. I thought that putting commas in and capitalizing words and non-substantive changes like that could be done administratively.
Sure,
without-
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, so if there is a typographical error, if there's an obvious misspelling, or like you said, a capitalization, staff does have that ability to change that. That's not changing any wording or substance in the ordinance, but anything else needs to come back to City Council for legal ad, first reading, final reading, 30-day enactment. It goes through the whole process, which is why you will see sometimes we will have housekeeping changes and we will sort of hold them and then bundle them all together and bring them to you. Staff will identify them, kind of hold on to them, and then the next time we have a bunch of other housekeeping changes, we'll bring it all at once. But staff has no authority to change or amend the ordinances on our own, again, other than if it's an obvious spelling error, like the word "the" or something like that, we will fix it as a typo, but other than that, any change goes to City Council.
Thank you for that clarification. We're in a conundrum now, and I guess I would like to see us embark on a program of purging redundant, unnecessary, and superfluous language from our ordinances. And I don't know whether to start tonight by removing "or their designee" from Section 4, or just let it go and put this on a to-do list of things that I would like to accomplish at some point.
And if you'd like, Counselor, we can go through the entire list of ordinances and find every instance of it and check to see if it is indeed required or not, and bring back the full list to the council for ordinance changes.
I certainly don't want to add burdens to the planning staff. I can do that. I have lots of free time.
Well,
I'm
we're going to be bringing
retired.
plenty of other changes in the near future, I'm sure.
So if you just then put in the back of your minds, whenever you see that phrase, draw a circle around it, but don't embark on a particular study to find it, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Will do.
Well, I have something to add, but then, well, Councilor Gallant, you first, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a real problem with your idea, nothing personal. If we didn't have a city arborist, right, then who can be the designee? Because he's not here to designate anybody. It should say city arborist or city designee, so if we hire somebody, or somebody we appoint or raise up to that position, you just can't eliminate that, because if that one sole position's gone, how do you get any work done? Nobody does any work till we hire one? So I think it needs to stay, needs to be changed to say, or city designee, which gives us the power of the city, the administrator, to be able to fix that. I find that problem is not being redundant as being a mistake for us to be able to do a job or do something if somebody's not around. Because if we don't have an arborist, how can he designate somebody? He can't. Right? I mean, that's my thought.
And with all due respect to, sorry, did you have anything else, Councilor Gallant? Okay. So with all due respect to councilors here, I'm really concerned that we're kind of, manufacturing issues that don't exist. I think the language is fine. We can leave it. I mean, we can wordsmith this till the cows come home, but they've been home for quite some time now. And I think leaving the "or designee" I think improves readability for the average reader of these land use codes, whoever that may be. I think we're okay just to leave it as is. Councilor Najin?
The one thing I'd like to bring up as far as a designee is concerned for anything that's a non-director level position is that the director of that department would be the person who would choose the designee, because the city runs not
on the policymakers, but on the people who are actually doing the work. And I would apply that same logic to the administrator. The administrator, if it's a director level position, makes that decision who the designee is if the director is absent. That would be my thought, but.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Galland.
2 points. I'll go with the director position. It doesn't say or director, it says arborist. Only gives you one choice. You can't make the assumption that his boss can make the decision based on how it's written. Secondly, I think we are, Mr. Mayor, going through these for the purpose of what we just said, to correct things that have been wrong for 20-plus years. And I think that's our job. Maybe our predecessors didn't always do that, but I think what Councilman Chittiman's doing and what we all try to do is look at it in a more common sense and fix some things and just not blow it over to the next people or next time it shows up. Thank you.
Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, we have not been to public comment, or have we? Okay, public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Thank you very much, Director Connor. Thank you to Planner Tebow and Planner Norton. Item number 11.
Item number 11, public hearing and adoption of order approving the establishment of the Continental Mill Tax Increment Financing District Development Program and Credit Enhancement Agreement. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to conduct a public hearing regarding establishing the Continental Mill Tax Increment Financing District Development Program and Credit Enhancement Agreement to consider claims the project will have a substantial detrimental effect to that party's property's interests, and then determine if those detrimental effects are outweighed by the benefit of the Continental Mill project. If the council determines that the benefits of the proposed project outweigh negatives articulated, then the council is asked to adopt the order below.
I am now opening this public hearing. Anybody wish to speak?
Are you looking for the public or for me?
Madam Clerk, we are opening up the public hearing first, correct?
Yes, that's the first language for requested action, is to conduct a public hearing.
We're going to get to you in 1 second, Director Jeffers.
Got it, thank you.
Any public comment? Public hearing is now closed. Madam Clerk, please read the second agenda item.
Second agenda item.
Or the second requested action, sorry.
Yes, thank you. To adopt the order and approve the Continental Mill Tax Increment Financing District Development Program and Credit Enhancement Agreement in a form substantially similar to the attached. City staff is directed to finish the application reflecting comments received at the public hearing, and the acting city administrator is hereby authorized to execute the agreement for development assistance and tax increment financing in form and substance similar to that included in the council agenda packet, and to submit the complete application and supporting documentation to the Maine Department of Economic and Community Development for approval. Furthermore, the acting city administrator and/or economic and community development director are authorized to make technical revision as may be required to receive DECD's approval, so long as the basic structure and intent of the development program are maintained.
May I have a
So
motion,
moved.
please? Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Harriman. Director Jeffers, please kick us off.
Great, thank you. This has been a long time.
Just move the mic a little closer to you. Thank you.
Always feels like it's already right there, but thank you. I've got Matt Asia with me. Matt is the Vice President of Development for the Chimberg Company. He came up tonight for this presentation. He has been living this since Eric Chimberg bought this property back in 2019. They've done an enormous amount of work, and we've been working to shape this tax increment financing proposal, which is really critical for allowing this project to go forward for the numbers. This gives you a sense of the mill property. The image, this is shot from downriver looking up at it. It's about, I had been saying it's 560,000 square feet. It was from a conversation from a decade ago. I've heard it's a little bit smaller than that now. That's right. I don't think It's not shrunk in size, but they did sell a portion of it to the Zanton Company. The side you're seeing closest to the photo here is where the Picker House Lofts is going in. That's 72 units of housing. This is the TIF district, and you can see the proposed TIF district. That sort of donut hole in the middle is where the Picker House Lofts is going. So that already has a TIF on it. This is the shape of the TIF district, and we included where some of the public infrastructure is going to be going on this. To give you a sense of the project, it's going to be for a 27-year term, but in that 27 years, we call it that because we need to start counting now. If you folks approve it, we'll get it to the state. So they will say it's been established in tax year 2024, but it'll be a 23-year reimbursement period. They are planning to do the project in 2 phases. They're not locked in stone exactly how many units in each phase. But for modeling, and they expect it's going to be about 200 units in phase 1, and phase 2, which will follow 3 years later, it'll be 177 units plus the commercial space. The initial the assessed value that they will reach by April 1st of 28, which is on those 200 units, is a little bit over. It's about $19.5 million. Phase 2, which is will be 3 years later, so April 1st of 2031. The total project, both phases, will be up to $40,100,000. The structure of the TIF is such that for each of those phases, for the first 10 years, they'll get an 80% reimbursement on the new taxes paid, and then it diminishes to 50% in the next 10 years. There are some other elements that were included in the joint development agreement we're asking you to take action on tonight. The developer has already provided the city with the easement for the Riverfront Trail. The 65 Oxford Street rear, which is a portion of the mill property, it's independent. Nobody would know it but looking at a tax map. And we had both the planning board and finance committee make a recommendation that from the easternmost edge of that parcel to 10 feet beyond the back side of the mill, that will be conveyed to the Chimberg Group. The rest of it will be continuing to be maintained by the city and owned by the city. That's where we're going to have the Riverfront Trail be running. We've got about $1 million worth of public infrastructure, which we've budgeted for. That includes removal of a bridge, which is in terrible shape, hasn't been used for 25, 30 years. That runs across the lower canal, just downstream from the cross canal number 3. There's some sort of leftover trash racks and other infrastructure when this was used for generating electricity. Clean up that canal. They're going to cap the penstocks, which flow through 65 Oxford Street rear. We will cap those at the cross canal. There'll be a walkway paved, created alongside cross canal number 3 between Oxford Street and Lincoln Street. There'll be a little overlook on the southern end of the lower canal looking upstream, and then clean up the overgrowth along the canal and install new fencing. And the fencing will meet National Park Service standards. That's part of their historic preservation tax credit application. So right now it's just chain link with a lot of greenery and barbed wire at the top. As far as benefits to this project, it will generate $340,000 annually in phase 1, $694,000 annually once phase 2 is complete. Over the term of the TIF, it's going to generate a little over $9 million to the developer. There'll be nearly $6 million coming back to the city, of which $4.6 million of that will be going to general fund. The rest will be used to cover the debt service. And we also will benefit from a little over a $10 million tax shift. For the public, I know the council has heard this, so I'll try to make it brief. But the amount that the city pays in county taxes and the amount we receive from the state for state aid for education and state revenue sharing is based on the valuation of the community. So if you can shelter something, not put it in and count it towards your total assessed valuation that allows you to sort of keep from increasing the amount you pay in county taxes, and helps you to maintain what you're currently receiving. And you do that by not including the assessed valuation for those dollars going back for debt service or to the developer. So it's not inconsequential. It's over $10 million worth of benefits by using a TIF for this. In comparison, this is going to be, if it was not developed over the course of 27 years, you would only generate $274,500 in taxes. And after it's complete, it'll be nearly $700,000 a year in taxes. I should also note, all of the modeling is based on a static assessed valuation and a static mill rate. The reality is these numbers will likely increase over time. This is a chart that Councilor Chittum had recommended we start moving instead of the mind-numbing pro forma that I've normally put up here. You will notice on the very left side, the first 4 years, there's a very, very, very small thin line at the bottom. That is what it's currently putting off for assessed. Those are the current taxes being paid. The rest of this shows how the modeling works. The purple is what would be going back to Chinburg in phase one. The blue is what would be retained by the city. And then you can just see as the phases work across. So you can see over time, it certainly becomes much more beneficial to the city. The amount of tax revenue being generated. In fact, we're going to get 377 more market rate apartments, something that is very much needed. And one point of note, Councilor Chittum, going over the agenda item, noted that when I was filling out the order, I had left over DeWitt was something on the council order. So it was the last, next to last whereas. So the one change I would say is that instead of referencing the tax shifts from the DeWitt project, they just took out the word DeWitt and left it as a project. And I will get that to city clerk as part of the record. But with that, I would believe I've laid it out pretty quickly. I've got more slides, but you don't need to see those. It's really more just if you have questions. So,
thank you for being here, Matt. Do we have Councilor Chittum?
I did have my hand up, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if you could assume that my hand is going to be up under every item. And I apologize for that, but I'm just trying to do my due diligence. There's a motion, and I would amend that to reflect the change of the DeWitt development to the Continental Mill development, if that needs to be formalized.
We can probably handle it as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
If there's no objection to that, Council.
Friendly amendment, then.
You amenable to that, Councilor Gallant? Or no, was it Councilor Harriman who seconded?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. The other is a question for my edification. This is a complex process, this whole TIFing. And by the way, I'll preface this by saying I thank Chinburg immensely for the investment that it's putting into Lewiston. It's a very important investment, and I want to do everything I can as a counselor to encourage that and support it. Director Jeffers, in the mind-numbing spreadsheets, you have listed the pre-development valuation at $579,000 for the first 2 years at a tax rate, or current mill rate, of 3.251 mils, a percent. However, 2 years out, you reduce that in anticipation of a revaluation by 60%, 54%, I'm sorry, and yet you do not inflate the pre-development valuation to correspond for that. So I think you've got to have, you can't have it both ways.
Well, as I look at it, is the current assessed valuation is $579,000. The mill rate, I don't think it's been set for the year, but the best number I had from when during the budget season was going to be $32.51.
Yep.
And so that's what those first 2 years were based on. The revaluation has not yet happened. Once the revaluation happens and the assessed valuation that we've been working with, that $20 million and the $40 million, that came from Bill Healy post revaluation, and the mill rate was reduced that 54% you referenced, to be able to capture both.
The $579,000 is the current valuation.
Which by state law, it has to be, what's the original assessed valuation of the district? Today, it's $579,000.
So according to this chart then, if nothing were to happen to this property, if Chinburg were not in the picture, we would see a reduction in taxes from this property of 51%, because you have not reflected an increase in the value, yet you have reflected a decrease in the mill rate.
Well, this was for this pro forma. This was not what would happen I was not modeling what would happen if nothing happened. The value of the property would likely increase a little bit.
Okay, we can take this discussion offline.
One second, Councilor Chittum and Director Jeffers. Assistant Director Libby, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just want to help out Link here. The year 3 and 4 of the TIF, Councilor Chittum, I think you're right. I think we didn't adjust the OAV with the reval change. But on the pro forma, which is just a projection, just an estimate for DECD to understand how we're going to spend this TIF revenue, it amounts to about a 0.3% for the year. So I think we can probably take care of that. In the language of the order, you're going to give staff the ability to make immaterial adjustments once you take action. So I think we can clean that up after the fact on the pro forma sheet for those 2 years.
Thank you.
Year 3 and 4.
Thank you, Director Libby. It doesn't
Assistant
show up in the
Director.
order. So I don't think you need to change the order, except changing DeWitt to.
I'm sorry,
Well, and
I
it's
was
the pro
referencing
forma
the-
that's up. If you'd like it changed on the pro forma.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm talking about. And in the Economic and Community Development email or message that you sent to us, you've estimated taxes at the new mill rate, and the old valuation is coming in with no development at $274,000 over the next 27 years. It's actually 508. It does not make a lot of difference, but you can't have the old valuation and the new tax rate based on a higher valuation. You can't put those values together.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
I was just going to say that perhaps the current valuation of $579,000 is quite accurate, and when the mill rate does go down with the revaluation, the assessed value might not go up because it might be pretty close to accurate, which is a contrast to a lot of the residential homes here.
Further questions or comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew D. Agron, Ward 4. It's nice to finally see this come before the council after many, many delays. I just want to make sure a couple things here. All these apartments are going to be market rate. If they go to anything other than market rate, the TIF is in default, as I read it. Am I correct on that? Also, when we use a TIF, we are actually slowing our own development. There's a study done in the Journal of Urban Economics from March 2000, done by professors, a PhD, Richard Dyer and David Merle, that after a critical review of property values before and after TIF adoptions, they find evidence that cities that use TIFs develop much more slowly than those who do not. Also, the use of a TIF creates large residential developments that mean public services from school to public safety need to be expanded. Yet, because it's a TIF, most of that money is captured to either repay the developer or the city's improved infrastructure. So other money, AE taxes, will have to be used to cover further services. 377 apartments, wonderful, we need it. It's going to be a boon to the city. Even if it may further stress our fragile school system, depending on the nature of the people who move in. I'm not sure that this TIF is truly needed. Are you telling me that 377 apartments won't be built to fill the need? What's the need of apartments here in Lewiston? What's the need in the state of Maine?
Further public comment? Back to the council. Yes, Councilor Najin.
I would just like to state that the Continental Mill is a particular historical structure within our community, which is also a huge undertaking for anybody to develop. Chimberg is possibly the only organization that works within our region that has a proven track record of showing that they are capable of taking these giant historical structures and turning them into viable centers for both commerce and public life. I would also like to pitch that possibly we have a Bates Mill number 5 that we could let go for for a TIF. But yeah, I am in support of the TIF. I know that it's a situation that some people look at as hard to swallow, to give a developer free money, so to speak, but these projects are huge. They're difficult to finance. This particular project, there's only a couple of folks out there who are capable of doing it. And by sheltering that money, our valuations don't shift when we look at what we're taking from revenue sharing, as well as the way that we're taxed overall. So I know it's hard for folks, but it's definitely needed. So, in my opinion, anyway.
Yes, no, I appreciate your investment in Lewiston. Thank you very much. Between this and the Hill Mill, you have, what, approximately 1 million square feet?
That's right.
And people cannot, it's hard to comprehend the size of Continental Mill, including the Picker House. It's, what, 570,000 square feet? You know, Bates Mill 5 is immense. But it's only 360,000 square feet. So before the Picker House was, before we started construction on that, this was likely the largest empty building in Maine, and it's really exciting to see this project come together. So thank you very much, and I know it took a little bit to get here, but I appreciate your tenacity as well as yours, Director Jeffers, and this is really exciting to see come together. It'll be an amazing improvement for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further public comment? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very
Travel
much.
safe. If it pleases the council, I would like to take, we have condemnation hearings coming up, but at this point, I would, given the length of the evening here, I would like to take item number 15 first. Sorry for the short notice, Director Labonte. Councilor Chittum, yes.
I thought I heard you earlier to say that you were loath to take items out of order on the agenda.
I appreciate your strong memory, and as mayor of the second largest city in Maine, I think it's important to remain flexible. So,
That being said, we still have to motion it. You don't have the authority to call anything forward. We have to make a decision as council.
Madam Clerk, can I move forward with consensus of the council, or do we need to put this to a vote?
My recollection from the rules is that the mayor does have the authority to bring an item forth unless the council objects. But I'd have to
So,
pull the-
without strong objection, we will see item number 15.
Item number 15, order authorizing the transfer of the Auburn-Lewiston Municipal Airport Fund balance. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the transfer of the Auburn-Lewiston Municipal Airport Fund balance.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Counselor Glant. Director Labonte, please kick us off.
Appreciate your time. I appreciate you moving this up. I'll be extremely brief. There was a memo included in the packet. There were two projects approved a couple of fiscal years ago for a building that we've now fully leased to a private tenant at the airport who has a triple net lease covering all the maintenance as we try to prioritize capital projects to things that we can move now, including our potential to develop pre-approved, pre-permitted further private hangar development sites, which will grow airport revenue. We've requested both sponsors with a unanimous vote of the Board of Directors to reallocate the capital towards apron expansion and for the replacement of our operations truck. Auburn has voted to approve this at an earlier meeting. I'm happy to answer questions, or Board Treasurer Roy is also here as your Finance Director.
Comments or questions from the council? Counselor Nagy.
The only comment I would have is it's good to see the cost savings and also the activity at the Auburn-Lewiston Airport. Excellent. It's really good.
That was a good article in the paper. Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you for your service to our two cities. Before we start the condemnation hearings, which will take a little bit, do we want to take a quick break?
I would request that we take a quick break.
Yes, all right, we will take a very quick break.
Done yet?
And we're back, thank you. So tonight, yes, this evening we will conduct a hearing to determine whether the structure at 149 College Street is a nuisance or dangerous building within the meaning of the applicable Maine statute at section 2851 of Title 17 of the Maine Revised Statutes, and whether the structure poses a serious threat to public health and safety within the meaning of Section 2856 of that title. If the council makes either determination, it will then determine what actions the property owners must take. Before we start, I first have a question for all city council members. The building is owned by Matthew Brissett and Michelle Martin. Pacific Union Financial, Nation Star Mortgage Services, LLC, DBA, Mr. Cooper, and the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development have encumbrances on the real estate. I ask that any owner of party of interest to introduce yourself, including your name, address, and position. Is an owner, party of interest, or representative present?
I'm not a representative, but I went to the building.
We're not taking public comment, thank you. Does any city council member know an owner or another party of interest or have knowledge about this matter? That means you cannot fairly or impartially hear the facts and decide the matter based on the evidence presented at this hearing. This hearing will be conducted according to the mayor's procedures for a dangerous building hearing, which I will read now. State statute provides the standards for the Lewiston Council to use at this hearing. Under Section 2851, a structure or any part thereof is a nuisance or a dangerous building if it is structurally unsafe, unstable, or unsanitary, constitutes a fire hazard, is unsuitable or improper for the use or occupancy to which it is put, constitutes a hazard to health or safety because of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, or abandonment, or is otherwise dangerous to life or property. Under Section 2856, a municipality has the right to secure buildings that pose a serious threat to public health and safety. The procedures that I will use to conduct this hearing follows. Any documents to be used in this proceeding will be marked as an exhibit. I accept into evidence the Planning and Code Enforcement Department's previously provided exhibits A through K. The presentation of evidence for the property will occur in the following order. City Planning and Code Enforcement staff will present an opening statement, relevant evidence about why staff believes the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and if so, what remedies staff believes the council should order. City council members can ask questions of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department, any party, or any witness. Each side can then make closing arguments of not more than 2 minutes each. Only parties to these hearings will be allowed to participate. Comments from the public will not be taken at this hearing. After all information has been presented, the record will be closed. The City Council will deliberate and determine whether the structure in question is a threat to public health and safety that requires prompt action. If the council so determines, it shall deliberate and take a vote on the appropriate order to be made to remedy the situation. The City Council will deliberate and determine whether the structure in question is a nuisance or a dangerous building. If the council determines that the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, it shall deliberate and take a vote on the appropriate order to be made to remedy the situation. This is an administrative hearing and not a court proceeding or trial. Therefore, the formal rules of evidence will not apply. As mayor, I will determine the appropriateness and admissibility of evidence on advice of the city attorney. I now ask that the Lewiston Planning and Code Enforcement Department present the City Council with information relevant to this matter before it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Before we begin, I provided additional documents earlier to all of you for Exhibit D and Exhibit F. Please add Exhibit D1 to Exhibit D. Please add Exhibit F1 to Exhibit F. On August 21, 2024, notices of the hearing were recorded in the Androscoggin Registry of Deeds, copies of which is included in your packets as Exhibit A. The building at 149 College Street, which I will refer to as the structure, is a single-family residential property. I refer to 149 College Street as the parcel. It is identified as parcel ID RE00004735 and Lot 302 on the City of Lewiston Tax Map 194. Property information for the parcel is in your packets as Exhibit B. The parcel is owned by Matthew R. Brissett and Michelle L. Martin by virtue of a warranty deed, a copy of which is in your packets as Exhibit C. The city understands that the following people regularly occupy the structure: Christina Allen, Lucas Messer, Corey Perry, Keosha Craig Pontu, Rocky Creamer, Derek Demers, Alicia Howe, Sandra Libby, Lilith Price, Jessica Rogers, and Eric Rowe. Service was effected on Matthew R. Brissett, Michelle L. Martin, and the occupants of the structure, and the documents regarding proof of service are in your packets as Exhibit D, which includes Exhibit D-1. Pacific Union Financial, LLC, which merged into Nation Star Mortgage, LLC, holds an interest in the parcel by virtue of an assignment of a mortgage, a copy of which is in your packets as Exhibit E, and proof of service is at Exhibit F, which includes Exhibit F1. Nation Star Mortgage, LLC, doing business as Mr. Cooper, holds an interest in the parcel by virtue of a mortgage deed, a copy of which is in your packets as Exhibit G, and at Exhibit H is proof of service. The U.S. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development holds an interest in the parcel by virtue of a partial claim mortgage deed, which was returned to Nation Star Mortgage, LLC, doing business as Mr. Cooper, a copy of which is in your packets as Exhibit I, and Exhibit J is proof of service. Tonight, Lewiston Code Enforcement Officer Travis Tardif will describe the conditions at the property and discuss whether any party in interest has demonstrated the ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate the property.
I'm City of Lewiston Code Enforcement Officer Travis Tardif. I have 7 years' experience as a Maine certified.
I'm sorry, do you mind just moving the mic closer to you?
Yep.
Thank you.
I have 7 years' experience as a Maine certified code enforcement officer. In the following slideshow, which is included in your packets as Exhibit K, I will describe the conditions at 149 College Street that cause the structure to be dangerous or a nuisance. .149 College Street meets 4 major criteria of a dangerous building. The building is structurally unsafe and unstable. It's unsanitary, constitutes a fire hazard, and it constitutes a hazard to health and safety. Our requested action is that you order the building to be demolished and the site cleared and stabilized. So the garage has been collapsed after a significant fire last Wednesday. The residential structure's entryway and living space was damaged by fire, smoke, and efforts to extinguish. Portions of the roof and the wall are now missing, and portions of the interior living space and attic are exposed to the elements. That alone would justify requesting demolition of the structure. Interior conditions are unsanitary and dangerous. Lack of running water with a very large and rotating occupancy, creating unsanitary and hazardous living conditions. Excessive amount of personal property from excessive transient occupancy, and continued use of bathrooms with no running water. So when I say large and rotating occupancy, for example, after the last raid on the 14th, there were 23 people in there with no running water or electricity. And the pictures shown here are just examples of the unsanitary and cluttered living conditions. Interior conditions constitute serious fire hazard. Lack of electricity causing occupants to use alternative lighting and cooking, creating a fire hazard. Occupants smoking and cooking drugs with dangerous sanitation practices. In case of emergency, occupants would have no warning and no lighting for egress. And excessive occupants staying in uninhabitable spaces and personal belongings blocking egress pathways. The two pictures there, the top one zoomed in is a piece of foil, which is reasonably believed to be used for cooking drugs. And as you can see, there's no unflammable surface anywhere around there. The bottom picture was zoomed in is a paper bowl ashtray. The bottom is in the basement, which is an uninhabitable space, which we believe was being used for sleeping purposes. Interior and exterior conditions both constitute hazards to health and safety. The large rotating occupancy is creating an enormous amount of garbage and rubbish. Accumulation of garbage and rubbish attracting pests and other animals to property. We've received several complaints from neighbors about increased rat and rodent activity and other animals. Human waste and hundreds of discarded needles causing health and safety issue to anyone in immediate vicinity, especially children and pets. Public Works will not collect trash from the property due to ongoing issues with needles in the trash, and the owner has provided no alternative plan for waste disposal. These are some pictures of the exterior, waste buckets on the side of the property. There was a large needle bin in the backyard, which got dumped over and strewn about during the fire. So in conclusion, the fires damaged the structure, leaving it unsafe and unstable. Lack of running water and excessive occupants and personal belongings contributes to unsanitary and unhealthy conditions which are spilling to the property's exterior. Alternative lighting and cooking with no electricity results in increased fire risk. Lack of smoke detectors and electricity combined with overcrowding creates life safety issues in case of emergency. It constitutes a nuisance and hazard to public health and safety due to extreme exterior unsanitary conditions and hazardous material that threaten and affect the neighborhood and its citizens. 149 College Street is a danger to life and property. 149 College Street must be demolished. And our requested action, that the owner needs to immediately secure the building and that you order the owners demolish the building within 30 days and clear and stabilize the site. Just a few additional photos. Here's some interior. That second one is actually a mattress in a closet that's being used for sleeping space, and some other examples of the untidy, unsanitary, and cluttered conditions. That first one is a picture after the fire of the backyard. The second one is from the side yard where the garage used to stand. And as you can see now, it's unable to be totally secured, and the rubbish pile is a nice little ramp up into the building. And just a couple more. There's the needle bucket on the right, and just the huge amount of trash that's being accumulated there. So again, in conclusion, we request that the City Council issue the proposed order included in your packet.
This is now time for councilors to ask questions of planning and code. Councilor Najin.
Has there been any?
Can we get this last mic turned on? Oh, look at that.
Hello? Yep, there we go. Has there been any contact with the owners at all? And if so, what have the owners said or done concerning any of the concerns that were brought forward?
Yes, I've been working with the owner since February, after the second raid, I believe, and he's not been responsive. I worked extensively with him, PW, and Casellas, I believe, to get them to pick up the trash again. All he had to do was provide a letter stating that he would meet these certain specifications or qualifications, and that didn't happen for months on end until we really started putting the pressure on him. He finally did provide that letter, but nothing improved after that. There were still needles in the trash again, and PW refused to pick up.
And I guess my second question on that is that there's no running water and no electricity in the building at all?
Correct.
And how long has it been that way? Just out of, do we know?
There's been no electricity since June and no running water since early August.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you. One question I have is, if this is determined to be demolished, who pays the bill?
The city.
Yes, Councilor Car- or Attorney Carey.
Thank you. I guess just kind of hypothetically, the dangerous building statute allows the council to authorize the city to take action if the owner does not. The Planning and Code Department has proposed an order that they immediately secure the property and that they follow up and demolish within 30 days. And so if they don't take those steps, the city would be authorized as requested by the department. The expenses can be collected through a civil action or through a special tax. Special tax is essentially a standard real estate tax as long as the requirements are met.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I understand the, the unsanitary conditions, all the trash and everything, but before the fire, was the building structurally unsound or anything?
Not to the extent that we would ask you to demolish. It's, at this point, after the fire, it's a cumulative effect.
Okay. I just hate to tear down a building that could be potentially rehabbed, even if it is a total gut job. Given the lack of housing that we have, I believe it's a 4-bedroom home. I know it might not be financially feasible, but to take the step of tearing it down completely, unless it is completely, unable to be saved, I just feel like it's a little drastic, but maybe it is in that condition now.
Councilor Najin.
As far as that, so there's a mortgage that's held on the property, correct? And so there's insurance, I assume, that is currently active on the property, or has the insurance lapsed?
That we don't know, Councilor.
Is there any responsibility for the mortgage holder for the property at all? And also, if we act on the property to demolish it, does the lien holders hold the property? Like, what are the mechanics behind what happens next? I guess is what I'm asking. So if we demo, and the owner just continues to own the property, but there's just no building there, is that what happens?
Correct. So I think Attorney
Yeah,
Carey wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, I will recognize our general counsel here.
So again, speaking generally, the city can collect the special tax to collect its expenses under the dangerous building order, which can include, and to do that, the assessor would assess a special tax at the next commitment. That would then be collected as with all of the other taxes that are committed at that time. And so 8 to 12 months after, if the special tax is unpaid, the city could record a certificate, and then 18 months after that, it would automatically foreclose. If that happened.
If I may, Mr. Carey, do you mind just speaking into the mic?
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
If that happened, any other interest in the property would be lost to the city's special tax in the same way that a real estate tax would. That doesn't speak to the question about insurance, which is a case by case, and I don't know that, I'm not aware, and the department's not aware of any insurance.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for our attorney, I guess. My question would be, if we were foreclosing on a property, we probably would notify the lien holders. Do we know, have we notified the people identified here as well, or just the primary owner?
The director read what was taken to notify each of the parties in interest, and so that is all of the lien holders, and as well as the known likely occupants of the property. They were all served, and the proof of service is in your packet.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has this been an escalating action for the Code Enforcement Department? Have there been issued notices of violation, and have there been fines assessed previously? And when did that?
Sorry, Councilor Chittum, we're only talking about the condition of the building at this point.
I'm trying to establish how long that condition has existed.
Those, on the advice of our general counsel, those questions are not allowed at this time.
Thank you.
Further questions for planning and code? Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I guess, just to clarify, so I noticed the building has a condemned sign on it. So is this hearing, this is really more for what to do? Is that condemnation a separate thing than what we're doing now?
Yes, so the building is condemned. We've said that it's not habitable. It's not fit for human habitation. This is a request for you guys to order that the building be demolished by the owner, and if he fails to, the city can.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carey has something to add to that.
The condemnation that you're referring to comes from, likely comes from one of the building or property maintenance codes the city's adopted. This authority here is under statute, and it simply has to do with your judgment of whether the building is today dangerous or a nuisance. So they're two totally different authorities.
Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. In your experience as a licensed certified code enforcement officer, have you done a structural evaluation of the building? Have you looked at interior walls, supporting structures, to determine whether or not the building has any potential for rehabilitation? Under another way of asking the question is, in your experience, is this building unreclaimable?
I have not done an extensive evaluation of the building because of the circumstances there. I can tell you that there has been some unpermitted structural work down in the basement. The old stone foundation is in a little bit of rough shape. But like I said, I can't totally speak on the overall condition because we haven't been able to get in there due to the circumstances.
Thank you. And a question, I think, for the city attorney. Would it be appropriate in this venue to say the building needs to be secured and a structural evaluation needs to be conducted before we condemn this building to destruction?
The statute provides 5 different standards by which it could be a dangerous dangerous building or a nuisance. Whether or not it is structurally unsound is one possibility of one of those 5. There's other ways in which you could judge it to be a nuisance or a dangerous building. If the council feels that it doesn't have enough information to make a decision tonight, it could continue the hearing and seek, and order the department to seek an inspection warrant to go in and get, and to do an inspection to get additional information. If you do determine that the standard is met by one or more of those 5 prongs, you then determine what disposal should be made of the building. Staff has a recommendation. You can change that and add to that. That addresses the dangerous, whether the building is dangerous or a nuisance. There's a separate standard of whether or not it needs to be secured. And so both of those need to be addressed, and staff suggests both are, but that is a decision that the council would make.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. As a previous building and home inspector, I'd refuse to go in that building and do a structural inspection based on what I see. And I surely would not like to put our own people in there based on how it is unless the tenant was willing or the owner was willing to totally clean it out. There's no way to do an inspection with that much trash and that stuff laying around to get you your answer, sir, quite frankly. So I think it would be a waste of our time and money to expend on having an inspection done.
Yes, Counselor, Mr. Carey, are some of these questions starting to be deliberation, or do we need to keep things focused on just asking questions from planning and code at this point?
I think either way, since no party in interest has appeared, there's more flexibility than there would be if somebody was here. It's your decision as presiding officer.
Okay, we're good then. Thank you. Counselor Harriman.
Thank you. So I guess sort of following along with what Councilor Chittum was asking, it seems like much of the nuisance and danger coming from this property was due to the activity going on there. Now that at least the first floor is boarded up, presumably no one is getting in there. The trash that is outside is still an issue for the neighborhood, and the trash inside is, an issue for anyone who were to get in. It just seems like jumping right to the action of tearing the whole building down seems a little rash to me if we don't know for sure that the building can't be saved at all. I know it's filthy, there's needles everywhere, and the owner hasn't been cooperative. But it does seem like we're moving too fast there.
Councilor Najin.
So I'm of the mind that seeing the evidence presented, that the four conditions that were presented are met. But I would also say that whether or not the building is savable is a question for the owner, not for us. So if the owner wants to save the building, then he would show some effort to secure the building and also work with the city on some level to answer the concerns that are there. I think based on the fact that the property has been a nuisance property, has been a challenge for the city. Several raids have been performed there. I'm quite sure that the folks that are living there are squatting, which is another issue entirely, because obviously these folks are going to be homeless if they don't have this building to go to. But from a code enforcement perspective, I see that what you're presenting is basically the logical choice with the absence of the owner's involvement on any level. So that's just what I'm seeing.
Councilor Longchamps.
Do we know how the fire started?
Can you please use your mic? Thank you.
Do we know how the fire started in the garage?
That's immaterial at this point. We're just talking about the condition of the building. No.
Yeah, no, I was thinking more like how dangerous, that could be if you keep it up. People will still continue to break in there. So I think it's a total nuisance, and I agree that it should come down.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question of process now. Like Councilor Najin and perhaps other fellow councilors, there's no question in my mind that the standard has been met to declare this building a nuisance or dangerous. The question in my mind is what step happens after that? Is it possible for the council to issue an order to the owner to provide either a structural report and a remediation and reconciliation plan, or demolish it within a fixed period of time? Can we issue that order?
So in your packet, there's a proposed order from code, and paragraph 36 addresses that, and that it requires the owner to demolish the structure, remove the debris, and stabilize the site. If the owner timely provides a rehabilitation plan, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that demonstrates in the director's sole discretion the owner's ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate the structure, the demolition and disposal required shall be delayed. Then there's a process that if the owner then doesn't follow through with the plan, the director can then restart that proposal.
Thank you. Nice answer. Thank you.
Further comments or questions from the council? At this point, Mr. Carey, are we giving them 2 minutes to make a closing statement? I guess you have 2 minutes to make a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we'll need the full 2 minutes. I know it's late. We firmly believe in compliance. That's our code office's job, is to get compliance. This building, it meets the definition. It meets the criteria of a dangerous building. We want the owner. We would love the owner to come forward and do something with the building. We've tried. We've implored. Code Officer Tardif has worked with the owner. We just do not see that happening. And short of compelling the owner to sell the building to us or somebody else, we see this as the best alternative right now. So thank you for your time tonight.
All the information has been presented and the record is now closed. The council will now deliberate on the vote. Councilor Chittum.
Yes, I would move that we order as listed in paragraphs 35 through the end of the document that's been submitted to us by code enforcement.
Second.
If I can have the Madam Clerk read the motion as proposed.
Thank you, sir. So the motion would be, with regard to the property at 149 College Street, to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order of demolition proposed by the City Planning and Code Enforcement Department, which order established the corrective action to be taken by the property owner and the time frame for taking such action, and which authorized the city administrator to take such corrective action if the property owner fails to do so, and to recoup the city's cost through a special tax or collective action.
May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I think we need first to formally determine that the building meets the statute's definition for dangerous structure. Am I correct in that?
Yes, and that's and that would be the findings of fact that you would be adopting. You would be finding that or making any changes you see fit. And then the conclusions, you're drawing the conclusions based upon those findings, and then based upon those conclusions, then you're ordering as you had gone to.
So the motion as read by the city clerk incorporates everything that we need to do statutorily.
That's right.
And we're all covered, and nobody's going to go to jail for this.
Nobody's going to go to jail.
Okay, all right. So I will move that then.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Madam Clerk, after much deliberation up here, we have, it has been moved and seconded by Councilor Chittum and Councilor Gallant. And then further deliberation or discussion among the council. Councilor Harmon.
Thank you. And I thank Attorney Carey for pointing out paragraph 36. I had overlooked that section that said that if the owner does come forward with a rehabilitation plan, then it doesn't have to be torn down. I don't have a lot of faith that that's going to happen, but I'm more comfortable with, with this, that's in place.
Councilor Nagy.
And the only point I would just reiterate, from my opinion anyways, we're a community that's in desperate need of housing, and it's a shame that the tools that we have to compel compliance are the ones that are in place, because I'm quite sure that there's somebody out there who would be willing to make sure it stays housing, whether it's that building or a multi-unit, whatever it may be. Yeah.
Further comment before we vote? Anything further, Mr. Carey?
No, sir.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you so much.
Necessary, but it's so good.
I might have jumped the gun last agenda item. Do you need to,
I can just read the title for
Perfect.
clarification? Sure. So item number 13, condemnation order for the building, condemnation hearing for the building located at 181 Webster Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This evening, we will conduct a hearing to determine whether the structure at 181 Webster Street is a nuisance or dangerous building within the meaning of the applicable Maine statute and Section 2851 of Title 17 of the Maine revised statutes, and whether the structure poses a serious threat to public health and safety within the meaning of the Section 2856 of that title. If the council makes either determination, it will then determine what actions the property owner must take. Before we start, I have a question for all city council members. The building is owned by Nicole Bingelis, also known as Nicole Levesque, also known as Nicole Bijler. Bank of America has an encumbrance on the real estate. I ask that any owner or party of interest to introduce yourself, including your name, address, and position. Is an owner, party of interest, or representative present? Please, if you can, please use the podium.
Hi, my name's Nicole Biegler. I live at 120 Rosedale Street, and I'm the property owner of 181 Webster.
Good evening. I'm attorney Andrew Schaefer from the law firm of Brock and Scott in Portland, and I'm here to represent Bank of America.
Does any city council member know an owner or another party of interest or have knowledge about this matter that means you could not fairly and impartially hear the facts and decide the matter based on the evidence presented at this hearing? One second. The hearing will be conducted according to the mayor's procedures for a dangerous building. I read this earlier, but I skipped a section since there was nobody present at the previous hearing, so I will read the pertinent information now. The presentation of evidence, the procedures that I will use to conduct this hearing follows. Any documents to be used in this proceeding will be marked as an exhibit. I accept into evidence the Planning and Code Enforcement Department's previously provided exhibits A through K. The presentation of evidence for the property will occur in the following order. City Planning and Code Enforcement Department staff will present an opening statement, relevant evidence about why staff believe the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and if so, what remedy staff believe the council should order. Following the completion of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department's presentation, any other party will have an opportunity to speak one at a time. Each party may present an opening statement, any comment about the Planning and Code Enforcement Department evidence and argument, any relevant evidence it wants the City Council to consider with regard to whether the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and any remedy that the Council should order. Each party can ask questions of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department and any of its witnesses. The Planning and Code Enforcement Department can then ask questions of any other party and any witness it presents and make additional comments regarding any other party's presentation. Any other party can then make additional comments regarding the presentation of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department. City Council members can ask questions of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department and any witness, any party or any witness. Each side can then make closing remarks of not more than 2 minutes each. Only parties to these hearings will be allowed to participate. Comments from the public will not be taken at this hearing. After all information has been presented, the record will be closed. The City Council will deliberate and determine whether the structure in question is a threat to public safety and public health and safety that requires prompt action. If the council so determines, it shall deliberate and take a vote on the appropriate order to be made to remedy the situation. The City Council will deliberate and determine whether the structure in question is a nuisance or dangerous building. If the City Council determines that the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, it shall deliberate and take a vote on the appropriate order to be made to remedy the situation. This is an administrative hearing and not a court proceeding or trial. Therefore, the formal rules of evidence will not apply. As mayor, I will determine the appropriateness and admissibility of evidence on advice of the city attorney. I now ask that the Lewiston Planning and Code Enforcement Department present the City Council with information relevant to this matter before it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On August 2nd, 2024, a notice of this hearing was recorded in the Androscoggin County Registry of Deeds, a copy of which is included in your packets as Exhibit A. The building at 181 Webster Street, which I will refer to as the structure, is a two-family residential property. I refer to 181 Webster Street as the parcel, and it is identified as ID RE00008022 and Lot 4 on the City of Lewiston Tax Map 174. Property information for the parcel is included in your packets as Exhibit B. The parcel is owned by Nicole L. Bingelis, also known as Nicole Lynn Levesque or Nicole Biegler, by virtue of a warranty deed recorded in the Androscoggin County Registry of Deeds, a copy of which is included in your packets as Exhibit C. Bank of America, N.A. holds an interest in the parcel by virtue of an assignment recorded in the Androscoggin County Registry of Deeds. Copies of the mortgage assignments are in your packets as Exhibit D. On August 6, 2024, Nicole L. Binglis was served with a notice of hearing, and the return of service is in your packet as Exhibit E. On August 8, 2024, Bank of America was served with a notice of hearing. The returns of service is in your packet as Exhibit F. Lewiston Code Enforcement Officer Joseph Trammell will describe the conditions at the property.
I am City of Lewiston Code Enforcement Officer Joseph Trammell. I have 3 months' experience as a State of Maine certified code enforcement officer, and I have 2.5 years' experience as a fire inspector with the city. In the following slideshow, which is included in your packets as Exhibit G, I will describe the conditions of 181 Webster Street that cause the structure to be a dangerous or a nuisance. "181 Webster Street meets 3 major criteria for a dangerous building. It is unsanitary, a hazard to health and safety, and it's a fire hazard. The requested action is to order the building to be secured and the nuisance or dangerous conditions to be abated. Should the previous actions not sufficiently address the conditions that cause the nuisance or dangerous conditions, or should the building further degrade, authorize the city to take action, including potentially demolishing the building. Abandoned and unsecured property. The water service was disconnected at this property on March 21st, 2014. Despite the property being abandoned, it appears to have been accessed by unauthorized users. Water service disconnected on March 21st, 2014. Inoperable plumbing caused sewer backup. Rubbish and hazardous materials such as used and uncovered needles throughout the property that could cause harm to others getting into the property. Severe and untreated water leaks caused the damage and possible mold buildup within the building. The fire hazard. The electrical system has been compromised by the severe water leak and constitutes a fire hazard. The building still maintains electricity running to the breaker panel. The power is currently shut off via the main breaker. This also creates a fire hazard for the entire building. The water leak has damaged ceilings and walls, degrading the fire separation barrier, which would allow a fire to spread quickly in the building. Current conditions show a history of inadequate maintenance over a long period of time. The picture on the far left shows a crack that exists in the foundation. And then the third picture over from the left shows an attempt to install a handrail system on the exterior stairs of the property, which is not up to code. In conclusion, 181 Webster Street is unsanitary as evidenced by the rubbish and hazardous items, lack of running water, and the presence of human waste. 181 Webster Street constitutes a fire hazard due to the damaged electrical system from the severe leak, degraded fire separation barrier, and a live breaker panel. 181 Webster Street is a health and safety hazard due to the inadequate maintenance as well as abandonment, evidenced by the damage to the foundation, loss of heating system components, inoperable plumbing, and lack of secured entrances. The current condition of the building constitutes a health hazard and safety, constitutes a hazard, health, and safety because of inadequate maintenance. At this point, no owner or party in interest has demonstrated the ability or willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate or maintain the premise in a manner contrary to the long period of inadequate maintenance. Our requested action is the owner needs to immediately secure the building. Within 30 days, the owner needs to abate the dangerous conditions to the city's satisfaction. We are asking that you order the building to be secured and the nuisance or dangerous conditions be abated. Should the previous actions not sufficiently address the conditions that cause the nuisance or dangerous conditions, or should the building further degrade, authorize the city of Lewiston to take action, including potentially demolishing the building. I just have a few additional photos, and I'd like to point out the photo in the right that shows the light fixture. You can clearly see what looks like a squiggly line. That's water damage from the leak that happened in the property. It just goes to show that the electrical system in the property has been severely compromised. Some exterior photos of the property. And if you look at the second picture, you can see that the ceiling finish has been severely damaged and is missing due to the water leak. And to that point, the third picture over, you can see a plumbing chase that's been opened to access the plumbing in the event of the leak, which breaks down the fire separation in the unit itself, causing for potentially a quicker spread of fire. We request that the City Council issue the proposed order included in your packet.
Does that conclude your?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, I would now like to offer Nicole, I'm sorry, pronounce your last name for me again.
Beegler.
Nicole Beegler, a chance to present.
All I can say is I vacated the property 10 years ago when I filed bankruptcy. I called the bank, let them know I was leaving the property, and this is where we're at today. I have tried and tried and tried to sell this property. Penny Mac and Bank of America have been horrible to work with me. I have offers, I've had people wanting to do short sales, I've had people knocking up my house willing to give me cash for the house. Unfortunately, Penny Mac won't budge with me, no matter what I try to do to try to get this property off my back and into somebody else's hands. It's frustrating because all I want to do is just move forward with this, but Penny Mac is literally the issue for me. I have potential buyers here with me today. I'm, fingers crossed, in the middle of a short sale agreement with Penny Mac. We're waiting for them to approve it. Other than that, I don't know what else to say. There's squatters living in there. I drive by this house every single day. It breaks my heart to see what is done to that property. It kills me because every time I see a car there, every time I see a cop car there getting squatters out, I stop. And I said, what's going on with the house? It's not like I care, like I don't care. I do care for this property, and I want the best for this property. If Penny Mac will just work with me. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. You know, I care very much for that property. A lot of memories in that house I've created with my kids. You know, it hurts to see this property in the condition it's at. And I don't want it to be demolished. I just want it to have somebody fix it up and take care of it. But right now, my hands are tied with Penny Mac. Any modification I've done, denied. Any short sale I've done, denied. And deed of lieu, denied. Like, I've tried. I've literally have tried everything.
Anything further? Thank you. Could the attorney, mortgage attorney, please come forward? And I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
Mr. Mayor, it's Attorney Andrew Schaefer from Brock and Scott.
Please proceed.
Thanks for the opportunity. And I just met this woman tonight, and I'm very sorry about this situation. I'm not really capable of speaking to the long history with this property. There's a couple of things I just wanted to point out real briefly. In addition to the assignments of mortgage that gave title to Bank of America, there was a foreclosure judgment that's recorded that was obtained at the end of 2019, so right before the COVID pandemic started. And I think my educated guess is that the pandemic and a lot of the moratoria, and there's a variety of reasons why you were not able to kind of quickly move on a foreclosure judgment right when COVID began. So that, I think, explains a little bit of the delay. I also just wanted to just sort of highlight the contrast between this property and the one that the council looked at immediately prior to that. Here you have what appears to be fundamentally a sound structure. I think it was described as a two-family structure. It's standing. It has, there's obviously photographic evidence of debris and waste, and none of that's acceptable, but it appears to be in a fundamentally different condition than the one that the council looked at previously. I think you did mention there are potential buyers here. There are all parties here who are represented who it would appear are at least sort of trying to work to a resolution one way or the other to keep this property habitable on the tax rolls going forward. I hope at the very least, I can't answer to the heartbreak and the hardship that you've gone through, but I hope the council at least takes note of the fact that I'm here tonight on their behalf and at least trying to represent to you that we take this seriously and would be willing to work going forward. My final request, I guess, to the extent that's something you're asking me for, is that any sort of 30-day period to abate be extended. You can obviously naturally imagine it may take a little bit of time to line up the appropriate, get opinions based on the current condition of the property, line up people to do whatever needs to be done, identify who's going to be doing that, and that would be basically it. But other than that, I obviously take no issue with the photographic evidence or the facts or the information that was presented. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do either of you have questions for planning and code?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Does planning and code have any questions for either Ms. Biegler or the attorney?
Andrew Schaefer? No.
Andrew Schaefer,
not at this
thank
time.
you. Okay. And now, City Council members, do you have questions for planning and code, Ms. Biegler or Mr. Schaefer? Councilor Glant, yes.
I'm not sure if this is for our attorney or for planning. If the individuals are willing to secure the building and we were to extend this let's say 30 to 45 days till maybe her short sale or the sale goes through, and then come back and revisit this. If the building's secured, then at least we know it's gonna be okay for the public getting in and breaking in. Hopefully don't tear the stuff down, and then that would give her some time, hopefully this to be taken care of. And that way there, if not, then we can revisit this, and she understands what's gonna be happening. At that time, we're gonna have to go forward with, our recommendations and things. I mean, I don't know that I would want to spend the money to do all this work, even though I have a short sale coming up. Perhaps the people who are interested in purchasing might be willing to board up windows or doors for her until there's an answer. Shouldn't be a lot of expense in that, so I would recommend we consider that. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the department is amenable to that. As we said before, we are interested in the owner taking ownership of the building, whoever that owner may be. We are open and flexible to timeframes. We just want to make sure that the council places an order in place should that fall through, since there has been a history of this happening with this particular property. So we would love to get an agreement with either property owner in the Bank of America and make something happen and come to an agreement. Absolutely. But we would like that insurance policy of what can the city do should that fall through.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I would agree with Councilor Gallant. If the owner could get the property secured immediately, that would address one issue. And then, in contrast to the previous property, the owner is working with us. It appears that there's a potential buyer as well. I would agree that as long as it's secure now, the dangerous conditions could possibly wait a little bit longer than 30 days, and hopefully that sale goes through and something happens with the building.
Absolutely.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the concerns, or one of the points that you made, was that power exists to the main breaker panel and it's shut off in the house at the breaker. How difficult is it to get Central Maine Power Company to discontinue that service and remove power from the breaker? That seems to be a point that you made that creates the hazards in this house. That could be ameliorated immediately by a phone call saying disconnect the service, could it not?
Absolutely. We can do that.
Well, the owner can do that.
The owner can do that, absolutely.
I'm inclined to want to work with the owner. There are a number of differences between this and 149 College, not the least of which is that the owner's here evidencing a sincere desire to resolve this problem. So I think we ought to give her every chance to do that. And I agree that if we order the building to be secured and perhaps extend the time to get it remediated with a condition that immediate hazards like electricity be abated, I'm comfortable with that.
And if I may, that is our goal. That's always been our goal. It's a shame that it has to come to this hearing. We have been asking for, input from the owners, from Bank of America, anybody with a relation to this property. We would gladly enter an agreement earlier than this stage. So 100% agree with you, Councilor.
Thank you.
We are certainly not blaming you for being here tonight. So.
No.
Just so we're clear. Mr. Carey, so we have Ms. Biegler here as well as Mr. Schaefer. So who is the owner at this point? Like, who is the authority to make decisions?
The owner is Ms. Biegler. As the bank's attorney indicated, the foreclosure judgment hasn't been exercised. From my sense, going through the codes department's position is they both have some degree of control over the property because the asset is in the possession of the asset manager paid by the bank. So they both have the ability to, if that's true, and they can speak to that, they both have the ability to make changes. In terms of what the statute requires, it's the owner that the statute requires to make changes. And so if the bank is the actual, has the money, has the ability to do it and doesn't, that's what the city has the city can't force the bank to take action, the city can simply exercise its special tax rights, which would preempt the bank if perfected.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schaefer, did you want to say something at this time? No.
Having heard that explanation, no, I don't have anything to add.
Ms. Spiegler, did you have something to say?
No.
Councilor Nagy?
I do have a question for Councilor, or for Council Schaefer. The question that was just posed, and I guess it's a question for both of you. Do either of these organizations, the owner who has been foreclosed upon, and the bank that holds the mortgage lien, do you have the capacity to secure the building, or is that something that you can't answer at this second?
I can't give the council a definitive legal answer. I'm not authorized to say precisely, the lawyer in me. But having said that, everyone's correct. She's still technically the record owner on the property. We have a judgment of foreclosure, but it didn't go to sale. So there's been no deed transferring ownership of the property. And that was partly because of COVID, partly because of short sales, a variety of things. However, it is standard practice in the industry for a mortgage company in a delinquent or non-conforming property to take steps to maintain it secure. We pay the property taxes, for example, so that the taxing authority doesn't come in and seize it from us. We secure it so that it isn't condemned and torn down, and then we lose our asset. We have every incentive to try to at least keep an eye on it, and if things get to this point, there's a reason I'm here tonight. Mm-hmm. It's not just to say hi. It's because my client is concerned that there's something that may be happening with regard to an asset that they, whether it's the mortgage or the property itself. Does that make sense?
It does, yep.
Yeah.
On advice from our general counsel here, Mr. Carey, I want to call people's attention to section 21 of the order, which I will quickly read. That within 30 days of the service of this order, the owners and/or their successors and assigns shall abate the nuisance and dangerous conditions at the structure and stabilize the site. If the Director of Planning and Code Enforcement subsequently determines that nuisance and dangerous conditions have persisted in the structure, return to it, or if its condition degrades, the Director may issue such a written determination in order that within 30 days of the written notice of his determination, the owners or their successors and assigns shall demolish the structure, remove all debris, and stabilize the site. If the owners timely provide to the Director of Planning and Code Enforcement a rehabilitation plan that demonstrates in the Director's sole discretion the owner's ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate the structure, the demolition and disposal required by this paragraph shall be delayed. If the Director subsequently determines that the owners have not sufficiently carried out and completed the rehabilitation plan to timely, satisfactorily rehabilitate the structure, the Director may issue such a written determination in order that within 30 days of written notice of his determination, the owners and/or their successors and assigned shall demolish the structure, remove all debris, and stabilize the site. So, if I may, Mr. Carey, if I'm understanding this correctly, this speaks to your ability to, take further action if the property owners do not.
Correct.
Do you have any more questions for Mr. Schaefer or Mr.?
I don't, but I would like to make note. I know to Councilor Najean's question to Councilor, the property at the time of our visit, it was secured. What we're asking, there's clearly evidence that you've seen in the pictures that it has been unsecured. So we want to make sure that it's not only secured, but that it remains, and that's the key. It needs to remain secured, and that is our request.
Understood. Thank you. To Mr. Schaefer or Ms. Spiegler, do you have anything for Planning and Code? Councilors, any further questions before we? Councilor Nagy.
I would just like to say thank you for coming to the hearing. It's appreciated.
All the information has been presented, and the record is now closed. Madam Clerk, can you read the?
Sure. A motion would be
Motion.
with regard to the property at 181 Webster Street, to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order of demolition proposed by the City Planning and Code Enforcement Department, which order established the corrective action to be taken by the property owner and the time frame for taking such action, and which authorized the acting city administrator to take such corrective action if the property owner fails to do so, and to recoup the city's cost through a special tax or collective action.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chittum,
Second.
second by Counselor Glant. Discussion by the council. Counselor Chittum.
Question, what sort of burden is this going to place on code enforcement or police to ensure that the building remains secured?
Minimal burden from us, so, it's drive-bys, making sure that, just checking it. But if it's not secured, that's when the burden starts to accumulate. So it's not a heavy lift for us.
Thank you.
Further questions from the council? Counselor Najin?
Sorry, I just have a question as far as the, so if we pass this order right now, the property, the issues must be abated within 30 days, not just securing the building? Is that correct?
Correct, but the key word that I look at in there is that the director may.
Okay.
Right?
So it
So
just
it's
gives
not a
you
must.
the power to
Correct.
take corrective action if, okay.
Correct. And as I said,
And
we
you-
want to work. We want to come to an agreement.
And your condition at this point is that the building be secure?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Carey?
If I can expand on that, the key in getting to the director's discretion, the key is that the owners timely provide the director a rehabilitation plan that demonstrates, in the director's sole discretion, the owner's ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate the structure. So they have a timeline to provide the plan. The plan may have different timelines than 30 days in the director's discretion, but he doesn't have that discretion if they don't timely provide a plan.
Anything further from councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, councilors.
Madam Clerk, I would like to ask your assistance to determine what agenda item is next.
We are on item number 16.
Number 16.
Order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deed for real estate located at 149 Horton Street. Requested action to approve the order authorizing execution of a municipal quitclaim deed for real estate located at 149 Horton Street.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Sol, second by Counselor Gallant. Discussion.
I have a question actually for the
Counselor
director.
Najin, yes.
Sorry, I have a question actually for the director of code enforcement, if we can catch him real quick.
Quick, get him. Okay.
So we're looking at the quitclaim deed for 149 Horton, and when I looked at the property online, I had a question about the setbacks and the fact that the entire front of the property is actually a parking lot, and I guess have we considered, like, is that just a non-conforming situation that can't be remedied at this point?
You caught me completely off guard, Counselor.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to go back and look, and I can get back to you. I apologize.
I know, but there's
Taxes.
there's a question about whether or not the parking lot is conforming or not conforming. So we can follow up on that.
Absolutely.
On a later
Absolutely.
Uh,
date.
I will get that. What 149?
149 Horton, I'll send you an email.
Thank you.
Well,
Public-
if, yeah.
Sorry, Counselor Najin, did you have something further?
No.
Oh, okay. I know, it's getting late. Public comment for this agenda item.
No.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
You're welcome to make public comment. If councilors can please speak when they're recognized, I would appreciate it.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Traditionally, wouldn't this be a consent agenda item? Sorry, it's getting late. I can't talk either. Because usually these quick claim deeds are consent agenda items. Traditionally speaking.
You don't have to answer questions.
We will address your questions after public comment, Mr. Roy. Further public comment? Back to the council. I guess, Madam Clerk, is there a reason this was not consent agenda?
Sure, the consent agenda normally consists of several items and never consists of one item. So if it's one singular item, it just appears on the agenda in its normal course. The consent agenda is usually multiple items at one time.
That's correct.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you very much. Further questions or comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We are now up to reports and updates from councilors. Councilor Glenn, yes.
I'll be brief. We're meeting next week for our seniors council. I'm still looking for some people. So if you can find or rustle anybody up, I have 5, so I will have a quorum, so I'll be able to do things. But I'd appreciate again if you'd, beat the bushes in your particular areas, because we'd like to have a full panel. I'm still missing 4 individuals, so I'd appreciate that. And anybody out there in TV land still watching, if you're a senior, we'd like to see you. Come out and visit, and we'll figure out what ward you belong in.
Further reports and updates from councilors. Councilor Harriman.
Thanks. I have 2 for the public, if anyone's still watching. So first one, someone had asked me about the process for the revaluation data collection, and the department has shifted from the in-person data collection to they're going to mail, they're going to send mailers to everyone to verify the data that they have on file. So that's number 1. The second one, I just got an email while we were here that the community conversation on gun violence that was scheduled for tomorrow evening has been postponed to Thursday the 12th at 6 o'clock because there's a high school open house tomorrow evening. So Thursday the 12th, 6 o'clock, still at Connors.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you. Just wanted to give an update on David Gervais. His total right now for the Dempsey Challenge is up over $50,000 that he's raised. So last time we were here, I said 25,000. So in the last 3 months, 4 months, it's gone up another $25,000. So good job, David.
They don't call him Top Dollar Dave for nothing. Further reports and updates from councilors? Anything from staff? Yeah, okay. We're up to new business. Is there any? Oh, yes. Councilor Soul.
So I was asked by, she's not one of my constituents. She has an apartment building in my ward, but I think she lives in your ward. I don't know. Anyway, she's a new apartment building owner, and she suggested that with all the rising costs and people being evicted and the homeless, that maybe there could be some sort of a workshop with landlords and the city attorney and city council to see if there was anything that can be done about capping rent, about keeping the buildings safe, about evictions, just that kind of stuff, because there's been a lot of buildings being sold and then tenants being evicted. So I thought I would just throw that out there.
I know it's late, I'm just trying to get some clarification. So are you looking for a workshop on landlord rights, or
Because you kind of said,
I
talk
think
about.
I think she
so
wanted a
you-
little of both.
Okay, because it sounded like you said you wanted to talk about capping rents.
Well,
And
she had a whole,
And that's a whole different conversation.
yeah. She just wants to have some sort of a meeting that can kind of,
And if and be aware that if I have the city attorney here, there's a cost associated to the city to have the city attorney here to answer questions.
I just told her I would bring it up and I would mention it, so, if
Okay.
it's possible.
I mean, there is I believe a landlord, Lewiston Landlord Association. If she's a member of that, they may be able to get some of her questions answered.
Okay.
You know, because it seems like a wide-ranging request there for a workshop.
Okay. I'll talk to her. I think she mentioned it at the school.
Okay, but the landlord,
School.
Lewiston Landlord Association would be a good place for her to start, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Or if she had specific questions, we could direct her to staff. Councilor Harriman?
Yeah, I just wanted to also mention, there's also historically been a class through Lewiston Adult Ed for landlord and tenant rights, which I've done it a couple times, and it's very helpful. So that might be something, if that's still going on, she might find that useful.
No, that's a great idea. Councilor Najin?
Just to speak to one of the attendees today had mentioned the possible tax burdens that are upcoming and solutions that we could find around cost sharing. I think one of the things that would be helpful, and possibly the administrator could give some direction on this, is when she was talking about workshops where we're talking about problems versus solutions. I think that could possibly be something that the Economic Development Department could work with. There's a lot of equity in some of these homes, and I understand that there's a challenge with pulling equity out when you don't have income coming in. But it's there's certainly a possibility, I think, that with some smart planning to keep people within this community. If we start talking about it now.
Councilor Roy?
Thank you. One of the things that I brought up months ago was trying to keep seniors in their homes by maybe freezing property taxes. I know I was sent some guidance around that, but I also know when the legislative delegation was here, they said that municipalities could look into that. So what I'd like to do is maybe open that back up to see what we could do as a municipality to maybe come up with a solution for seniors staying in their homes and not having rising property taxes. Just maybe freezing it at a level. So I don't know if that's something we can do.
So are you asking for a workshop? I mean, I could bring our assessor here. I thought he explained some of that in an email. But I guess we could have a workshop on some ideas of what.
Yeah, if that could happen, only because I do know we had something like that for a year. Through the state.
That was from the state.
Right.
Yes.
But now as a municipality, is there some way that we might be able to adopt something like that? Because we're only talking for a select few.
I'll have to check with Bill Healy. I don't
Please
know.
do.
I don't know if we can do that or not, if that has to be from the state.
If we could check into that, I'd be able to sleep.
I hear Mr. Roy whispering in my ear that not necessarily, but I would have to have our city assessor as opposed to Matt Roy weigh in on that.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
If the council, if audience members in the council chamber could please refrain from speaking, that would be great. Thank you. Councilor Chittum, yes.
Thank you. There's been a resurgence of interest. A couple of people at public comment tonight spoke about ranked choice voting. The city clerk and I looked into this 2 or 3 months ago, and I have a lot of information about it that would be very helpful if the public were to be made aware of this, and I'm not quite sure the best way to do that. But ranked choice voting is It's used in 2 communities in Maine, one of which has never used it. They've just authorized it. Westbrook. Portland has used it. It's much more expensive than the public realizes. A runoff election, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, is a runoff election will typically cost $2,000, $2,500 because of the dedicated software and the complexities of ranked choice voting. To run ranked choice voting on a local election would cost the city on the order of $20,000 per election, as opposed to $2,000 for a runoff. So there's the financial impact alone. But I'd like to get the word out that ranked choice voting, its day may come on the local level, but at this point, when we're as strapped for money as we are, from a financial perspective alone, I cannot support it financially. Politically, yes, but we can't afford it at this point, and I don't think the public realizes how expensive it is.
Councillor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. So sorry. I don't support it. I don't think it's our job as councilors to inform the public of a voting system. If someone wants to bring something forward to us to talk about and do, I think that's probably how it should be handled as things come off the floor. I don't know that our job is to go tell our voters what we think's good or inform them of different processes. There's enough political parties out there that do that for us. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Harriman.
Thanks. I'd also just point out that in order to have ranked choice voting at the local level, we'd have to change the charter, in my understanding. So that would require either the council to initiate that, or a petition or a charter commission, and then it would end up being voted on by the public as well. So there are a few steps to realizing that.
Yes, probably not going to happen tonight. Anything further before we adjourn? I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Councillor Roy, seconded by Councillor Gallant. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Good night, Lewiston. Thanks for staying with us. We have loyal viewers.